seconded to approve the agenda for today's meeting on February 7th, 2024 as presented. The purpose of our first topic this afternoon is for the board to receive its annual presentation from the Jefferson County Administrators Association. We have allotted 45 minutes for this topic, and before I hand this off to Mr. DeStefano, Executive Director of Jefferson County Administrators Association, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to say?
I just want to have Ms. Zavada call roll call, Ms. Parker, to make sure that the agenda is officially approved.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm so excited to hear from you guys. I just jumping right in. Anything else you'd like to remind me of?
I just want to say welcome. I'm looking forward to the board having some time with our JCAA leadership. So thank you. Welcome, guys.
Mr. DeStefano, please introduce yourself and the members of your party here.
Oh, can you hear? Okay. I'm John DeStefano. I'm Executive Director of JCAA, and I'd like to ask each of my people to introduce themselves and tell you their role.
Jeff Pearson. Check. Jeff Pearson, Executive Director of the Department of School Safety.
Michelle DeAndrea Austin, the principal at Bell Middle School and president of JCAA this year.
Sean Horlbeck, assistant principal at Drake Middle School.
Carrie Cornejo, principal at Micklejohn Elementary.
Dan Bach, principal at Lakewood High School.
Tim Valpondo, principal, Evergreen Middle School.
Thank you. Well, this is easier. Let me begin by thanking you for meeting with us. Just to share our thoughts with you, we're not expecting anything or coming here to ask you to fix things. We just want to share and have our usual annual conversation with you. As you know, we are JCAA, Jeffco Public School Leaders. Leaders who work together, by working together, make a difference. Our relationship with our district is based on trust, it's positive, meaningful, intentional, and caring. And that's how you have always been with us, and that's how we try to be with you. So we want to begin by pointing out just a few things quickly that are happening in the district that we want to share with you how proud we are of what is going on. There has been a tremendous change in the last few years in school leadership and community superintendents under David Weiss's leadership and Amanda Fiorazio. The working relationship that our people have with them is exceptional. The trust level is as high as it could be. We came from a time where there was at times issues in terms of how we related to each other, and we're working. And I think through the good, strong leadership there, that is right where it should be. And we're really proud of that. The other dramatic change that has happened departmentally, and these are just a few I'm talking, but in HR, that department has gone from having to be completely rebuilt, and it's finally getting to a place where you can see the differences, and they're very meaningful. And we attribute that to Jen Jones' leadership, and we want you to know that. Also, Adam Barnett, who's a part of it, works with us on compensation and other things, is a great addition to our staff. And we also want to point out Steve Landrigan, who you also have added has made such a big difference. The next thing I want to bring up is just how much we depend on Superintendent Dorland. And she has always been, met with us and is willing to have the hard conversations with us and to work towards solutions on an ongoing basis. And that's something we have had all the years, Tracy. We thank you for that. I'm sorry, Superintendent Dorland. Today, we want to spend a lot of our time on our major concern, which is administrative work. And I'm going to turn it over to our president, who has led us in this effort and has done so much. Michelle?
All right, can you hear me? Okay. Again, thank you so much for meeting with us. And I echo exactly what John said. We've spent some time in the last few months just kind of getting a handle on what people are doing in their buildings to get a real sense of the work that is happening in all the buildings. We've got so many different buildings that are doing so many different things, and working with our kids and giving our students the supports that they need and the variety of learning experiences that fit our kids. And a lot of that comes with a lot of work that's happening right there inside the building. So one of the things we really just never had a good sense of that. So we worked with our assessment office to make sure that we were putting out a survey that was a quality survey that would give us real information that we could take action on. And so that I really appreciate the assessment office at least helping us with that. Inside, I think that John gave you guys a folder, so you can just see a summary. This is just a top-level summary of the findings. First and foremost, I don't think there's a single person that answered this survey, and there were 94 respondents, which is a huge response rate, given I'm not sure how many principals we have now because of the closures and stuff, but it's probably around 140. I don't know if that includes charter schools and stuff. What is that about? Okay. So, but with the 94 people responding to it was a big response rate. And there's not a single person that responded that doesn't believe in the work that we're doing and the work that our district leadership is bringing us through. It is the right work. And there is no question that it is the right work. And there's a lot of shifting, but it's the work that's going to make a difference for our kids. So people believe in this work and people want to do this work really well. So I think that's a really, really important piece to elevate. But I'm going to give you give you a minute to absorb what we have in here. There's, like I said, 94 respondents, 48 were elementary school level principals, 12 were middle school, 14 high school, 12 multi-level, so that would be K-8, 6-12, 7-12, and K-12. 3 alternative schools, and then 5 that were identified as other. Over 60% of the respondents have been principals for 4 or more years. And over 80% of the principals report that they had more workload than usual in the past 12 months. And you can see why as we get further down. But what is working, John already touched on it, that HR partnership has really helped principals this year. Like that was a launch. It was something that was well thought out and has really supported our principals. Our data partners have been a huge help this year. We're really digging into the data through, with our district leadership taking the lead on that, really. Our data partners have really helped the principals make sense of that and take some action on it. So that's been a really positive part. Our special education partners have also been a huge support and help in our buildings. And then just streamlining some of the resources. which you guys have had a lot to do with, that has been a huge help too. So there's a lot of really good stuff happening. The trend topics within the comments of the principals, you can go ahead and read these. And I'm going to open this up to questions after we kind of go through this. There's not a ton in here, but these are just topics. They're the trends. And truly, this captures almost, there were 94 people who responded, but almost every one of the comments falls under one of these bullets. Mental health needs. I'm sure that some of this is not going to be a big surprise to you. In fact, most of it probably won't be for staff and students. Lack of support staffing, like coaches and DTLs and counseling due to budget. And actually, there was one quote that I actually pulled and put into this document for you guys, and it was simple. It was not enough manpower to do the job. Center programs and the lack of administrative supports in the building for in particular, the elementary schools that have center programs. Title I demands, again, probably not big surprises for anyone. Maintaining staffing in higher need areas in schools. Discipline. There's been an uptick in discipline. So handling all of the discipline and then increased documentation that are requirements. Evaluations, they're always there. I don't think people have a problem doing them. There's some inefficiencies within the tool of the evaluations. And then the number of evaluations required, and that varies by school, just based on the amount of administrative help you have and how big your school is. Just data systems and the navigation of that. And I know that there's work around that there's a lot of work that's happening. Actually, to be fair, there's a lot of work that's going on currently that is going to impact some of these things. So then there's multiple new initiatives to implement in a short amount of time. And with that comes there's a lack of coordination around the trainings, school visits, et cetera. So it's kind of just an inefficiency more than anything. Lack of time and flexibility in structures to comply with the demands of the negotiated agreement and initiative implementation. Increased number of district meetings kind of comes along with the stuff that we just talked about. Increased number of, that unfilled jobs within the school are creating an increase in workload. Compliance with state laws and negotiated agreement articles, duties and events outside of the 8-hour day. Covering classes for unfilled substitute positions. And then the receiving and consolidated ROFTS schools have had a large increase in workload, some of which was not anticipated, which I think was to be expected. And then the second page is just a graph that kind of shows you the number of hours that were reported that people are working in each area of elementary, as it's broken down by elementary, middle, high, multi-grade, and then alternative, charter, and early learning was clumped together. There's just a few of each of those. So, and the last little bullet that I wanted to point out is, and I'll let you absorb the chart, but the last bullet is 72.1% of the respondents identified that 46 to 55 hours per week is a reasonable expectation for a school principal to work on an average calendar week, Monday through Sunday. And you can kind of just take a look at the data as far as how many hours, the actual hours. So the chart reflects the actual hours that are reported through that survey. Do you guys have any questions?
Board members, any questions on this document as part of the presentation? Director Applegate.
First of all, thank you for this. It's really helpful, and it's really wonderful to understand and hear from our principals as the leaders of our schools and the ones who are really boots on the ground. The work you all do is incredibly important. And so thank you for being here, and thank you for doing the survey, because it's really powerful, I think, to have that high of a level of a response. And there's some things in here that, to your point, I don't think are surprises, but it does help us to understand the priorities of our leaders. I guess I had one question, and I'm going to reserve the right to come back at the end. When we talked about the receiving and consolidated schools having a large increase in workload, is that workload kind of centered in a lot of the other points, or is there specific things? Is that parent interactions, community interactions? Do you have any idea of maybe what some of that extra workload is?
Yes. Yes, and
Are you able to say it?
I think that what you just said is a big part of it. It's in what I would anticipate, and this is just based off of what I've heard and talked to people, is that will settle down.
That was going to be
This is a transition. Like, it's a transition year, so it was expected. I think some of the schools had a lot more kids show up in August than they had anticipated, and then it was a matter of, where are we putting these kids? And we need more materials, and we need more supplies. So those kinds of things were, that's hopefully a 1 year, just a transition. I remember Tim and I remember when 6th grade. Well, you guys, did you already have 6th grade? So when 6th grade came in 2018 at the middle schools, it was the same thing. And it really settled down after that transition happened. It's a similar thing. So I think that's probably the biggest part. But then they were absorbing some center programs. There was those were the unexpected things, like how many I expected, 400 kids to show up, and I had 550, or, those were the big pieces.
I think that's really helpful. And for us, I think it's important as we think about, because the elementary school level is done, but we are still going through additional processes even yet this year. So I do think it's helpful. And I would be interested to know, when we get another year out and another year out, where that taper starts to happen, just from a resource planning and supports for our principals, because I personally have a son at an elementary school that is a receiving school, and I know that there have been impacts that they're still feeling. So I think, just as a good wraparound lessons learned when we think about this whole process, that's an important characteristic.
Yeah. I wonder if I could ask, do you think we can go through our presentation and then ask questions?
Absolutely.
Would that be okay? I'm afraid we're not going to be able to get to what our people want to tell you. So.
Well, and I didn't know.
Thank you.
Well, I think people may want to add on some of the different elements that are in this. So, but please go ahead. Yeah, you want to go?
Great. Beyond this, I shared with our leadership after the last board meeting just some thoughts that I was having as I was reflecting on this time of year specifically, and as it relates to workload. And so the information that I shared with them is, what's really difficult about our work right now are all the overlapping timelines, and a sense as a building leader that there's not a lot of coordination that is getting in the way, that from an efficiency standpoint and from a leadership standpoint, it's really hard to have your budgets due here, but not know your staffing until here, and not know this and this and this. And I help lead the Mountain Area Principals PLC. And as we sit around the table and talk, that's the main gripe right now, is how are we supposed to do this, do it well, because we all have that desire to do our job well, when these pieces are fighting against. And to me, that seems like, and I don't mean to belittle this, but it seems like an easy fix. And from a leadership standpoint, what that would do for us in terms of our ability to lead in these couple of months. And so I shared that with John and Michelle. And then anytime I get the mic, at the JCA meeting, I take the opportunity on behalf of my elementary folks to share the fact that I don't understand how elementary can run with one administrator. I don't understand when they have the same work expectations, that they don't have a teammate or partner. I believe in the work that the district is asking us to do around instructional leadership, and I find it hard to do, and I've got a teammate. And so anytime I have the opportunity, I advocate for my elementary friends that every elementary principal in this district should have an assistant principal available to them to help with the work. So I hope that for you. Those are just some stories that I have.
I would say so. As we look at all these pieces, one of the biggest that I think is to lift up is just the needs that our kids are coming in with now. So whether it's the behavioral needs or the mental health needs, and then in turn, when you're working with families, they also are desperate for supports and resources. So we're constantly working in a partnership, but when we have a lack of mental health resources in our buildings and absorbing and welcoming our youngest learners like preschool and our staffing doesn't change for mental health, for allocation of funds for our preschoolers, but we obviously are responsible for them. And anybody that has been around a toddler, they have big feelings. And there's just a lot to navigate with our youngest learners. And so when you take our kids having such high needs of and time and patience and learning when it comes to social emotional needs, and we know what they need and we have resources as far as curriculums and such, but we just don't have the manpower to meet them, then we're left as we're sitting with our parents like, we don't have what we need to support your child. And then some schools, the parents are trying to have outside resources, but a lot of schools don't have support to have those outside resources. Outside resources don't have enough people. And so it's this vicious cycle that I feel like we could be creative and problem solvers around. And then in turn, when you have a lot more behavior in your classroom and you have a lot more mental health needs, then that's teacher exhaustion is high. And then that just, I think that turns into staffing. I think that turns into people wanting different positions. I would say I'm in a school with an assistant principal, and I left an elementary school where I was on my own simply because I was exhausted, right? There just became a point where you feel like you're, day after day, you're not able to do what you need to do, and that's just defeating. And so all of these things, staffing issues, mental health issues, kids' needs, and all the resource piece, it all goes hand in hand because of just the needs of our kids. And as we send them on to middle school and to high school, we're sending needs on, and and that's hard when we feel like, gosh, if we had more time and staffing, we would be able to support more kids.
Not at this moment.
Assistant principal information there too.
Is that me, John?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sean Horlbeck, assistant principal, and I want to thank JCAA and the fellow principals up here. I feel like at times assistant principals have always depended on principals that get the message out there, so it was really beneficial from JCAA to reach to us and say, can you form an assistant principal committee that can speak for yourselves? And so much we rely on Big Brother, Big Sister to have those conversations for us, to you. So we greatly appreciate that opportunity to speak from the heart, from ourselves. And I did write something down because, as you can tell, I was a social studies teacher and a coach, so I ramble a lot. So I wrote this to kind of keep me in line. Okay, so hello, my name is Sean Horlbeck, and I have the pleasure of working in Jeffco for 10 years. In those years, I've been a teacher, varsity baseball coach, and assistant principal at Drake Middle School. Go Dragons. I also have the pleasure of standing in front of you, it'll be sitting, I didn't know, to discuss the state of our assistant principals in Jeffco. And I'd like to thank you, JCAA, and the other APs that supported the creation of this work that I'm about to present to you. One of the greatest strengths in Jeffco is its ability to learn from one another. Jeffco has always felt like a giant family, all wanting what's best for students, staff, and our communities. I know the ability to voice such concerns are not always welcome in every district, so we greatly appreciate your ability to connect with us and JCAA on how we can pave a clearer path forward. It was a concerted effort by multiple assistant principals to put together a survey that wanted to learn more about how we can support a large portion of our assistant principals in Jeffco. 127 assistant principals took time out of their day to complete the survey, but knowing most of them, they did it at home under a nightlight with their computers after they did 20 emails. So here are some of the major findings. Number one, more than half of your APs have been in their position less than 5 years. 52% have thought about leaving the AP role or education altogether, and that's just from this year. The top 3 reasons they listed for wanting to leave were workload, compensation, and appreciation by staff, students, and their communities. When asked, what fills your week as an AP, this is how they're spending their time on average. 60% of the time is spent on student discipline, MTSS, support for our students. 20% is spent on instructional support, being in the classrooms, and 20% of the time is spent on school supervision. In simpler terms, if AP's time was boiled down into a calendar week, 3 days a week would be spent on discipline, guardian conversations, watching cameras, developing support plans. 1 day is spent supporting teachers in the classroom, and 1 day is spent supervising before and after school lunches and events. 100% of your APs have said they are spending anywhere from 1 to 10 plus hours a week outside of the expected work time on various things. Number 6, compensation. We asked all the APs to plot their point along the compensation scale. And again, we'll deviate a little bit. We do appreciate so much what Jeffco is looking towards is improving HR and looking at compensation and pay scale, what that really means for administrators. We asked them to kind of plot their point and where they fall in the minimum, the middle point, and the maximum point. 75% of your APs fall below the middle point. As I arrived in my 2006 Impala, you might guess which where I fall on that point. So among all those stats, the last one I would leave you with, though, is this, is that 70% of your APs want to be principals someday. I chose this data point as the last one to share, as I find that this data shows that even though there are challenges, your APs still want to grow here within Jeffco. As we believe in you, we believe in us, and we believe in Jeffco. As I mentioned, I was a baseball coach at Bear Creek High School, and we used to pore over the data for all our players. The question we always asked players and coaches was, what does this mean? Where do we go from here? That's a great question, and unfortunately, I don't have the answers. None of us APs came up with all the answers, but I do believe that this survey was an opportunity for us to voice our concerns. We know that there are always ever-changing and new barriers in the district this size, and we can't stress enough to how much I and other APs appreciate this open dialogue. I've never felt more proud to speak for so many wonderful APs in this district, and I've never felt more proud to be part of a district that cares to hear us. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I need help. The thing is, our APs are having many of the same issues. It reflects the work overload that is happening with our principals. And I will open it back up to your guys' questions in a second, but I just want you to take a good look at the numbers here. And when you get to places that, like in high school, where literally 80% approximately are working over 55 hours a week, 46% over 60. And if you go through the different categories, you're going to see similar like things. And the question here, the unwritten truths are, why is this happening? And what can we do about it? We have some ideas on the solutions. At the end, we do want to take maybe the last 5 minutes and just talk briefly about compensation and about the mill levy. We'd like to weigh in on those things for you. But I think we should open it up to your questions now. If Michelle, you would handle that. So.
Any other questions, school board members? Ms. Kenworthy?
Being new here, I would love just for clarification what the contract hours are for an AP and for a principal. The hour, is there an hour contractually?
There's not a contract.
Okay.
But I would say that in general, the expectation for, I'm going to look at Jen to make sure I say this right. What's the term that everybody gets confused all the time? Exempt and non-exempt.
Mm-hmm.
So they are exempt.
Mm-hmm.
For exempt employees, which means salaried,
Mm-hmm.
is a 40-hour work week and I think for any leadership position in an organization of this size who's leading a community, like a principal does, there's an expectation that there's often time when you work over 40 hours. And because they're exempt, and teachers are exempt as well, but there's no sort of monitoring of that time as much as there is, especially with our non-exempt employees who are paid hourly. And different, federal regulations sort of fall around that. But I know many teachers who are working more than 40 hours as well. I just think our exempt employees tend to work more than 40 hours in a district, and not just in Jeffco.
Our people
Thanks.
have an expectation in their notes, you can see it in the survey, of working up to 50 hours a week, 50 plus.
Yeah.
But the amount over it is unusually high right now, and there are reasons for that.
I'd just like to jump in for the middle school, the big giant bar there. Is that a lot because of the start time changes and having to reshuffle and reschedule their days?
I honestly, I don't think that's had an impact. Tim, would you? I don't think that's really had an impact. I think it's just the nature of the position. For me, in speaking only for me, I don't get much of my work done during the day. I have to. I stay until 7 or later just to get my work done, because you get pulled. It's a revolving door. And that's not just me at a middle school. I was an elementary school principal too, and it was the same. So
The other truism here in the lunch group is that the one thing that the principal has that none of the other employees have is it doesn't matter what it is. If it needs to be done at a school, that's where the buck stops, is with the principal. They need to get it done. So, Dan, go ahead.
I would say high school principals are feeling additional responsibility to be at more evening events because of behaviors of crowds and whatnot. So instead of having one person at a basketball game, football game, soccer game, something like that, it's not uncommon to have multiple, because I think the post-pandemic behaviors that we see among students and fans in general has become more complicated, and having just one person doesn't feel very good. So even though we have R1 that is showing up more and more, actually, to their credit, they've responded quite nicely to requests, I believe, from schools to have more people. And I do also think, at least in Lakewood PD makes a greater presence. I do think some of the rise in high school numbers is because of more people attending evening events because of helping each other out instead of somebody being there alone.
Thank you. I know as an educator that when we love what we're doing and the mission of what we're doing, it's easy to see those hours creep. So I completely understand that, and I thank you all for the time that you spend with our students and our kids. Michelle, you asked one of my questions. The other one I wanted to ask was, I just wanted to throw out there the word human power instead of manpower, because we have men and women and other folks who are working in our school district. And I think, but I'm hearing you that there's a need for increased presence of adults. Yeah, and thank you for your feedback about mental health too, and the way that supporting our educators means that we're supporting our kids.
Director Reed?
So I'm very interested in hearing the solutions that you're thinking about. And is there a mechanism by which you feel like you can talk to people who are directly responsible for organizing things? Like you're talking about inefficiencies and that kind of thing, where you can provide that feedback to the people who do the scheduling or who create the meetings, or that kind of thing.
I think that one of the really positive of community superintendents being articulation area assigned, and the consistency that that's bringing has been very refreshing. And so I know that my community soup is my first point of contact when it would come to that stuff, in terms of giving feedback around this is my lived experience right now and why I'm not being efficient at my job and why I'm not doing it as well as I could be. And then I trust in him specifically to, to move that forward to the right people. So I think that as a positive, that structural change will help some of this, I believe, because what he's hearing is from an entire articulation area and not just one principal or just secondary. So I think that's been a positive. So
I'm also interested in two of the things that have increased for you and why that has been the case. The first is the increase in documentation for behavioral issues. Is the increase in documentation because of an increase in incidents, or have we added more documentation to that process?
I would say both. We're getting better at monitoring and working through the MTSS process and working with students and families and tracking what's working and interventions. So that just then in turn is more, data analysis and those pieces. And then yes, there's just more behavior. So there's more time to enter the information. But I think it's both of those.
So the increase in documentation, while it is time consuming, it is also helpful.
It is. Yeah. And I think also can get us the needed supports at times for our students, at times to make cases for this is really needed, whether that's additional services. So yes, documentation is always important because it gets everyone on the same page and also supports the student as they transition from elementary to middle to high. So it's something that we all see the reason behind.
Okay, good. And then the other one is you said an increase in meetings. And so I always worry that perhaps you are in meetings that could be emails, or that could be handled other ways. Or would you say that the meetings themselves are helpful? It's just that they're not always scheduled in a way that is efficient for you.
So I think this is the tricky because we're doing the right work. So I'll just take, for example, on Tuesday, we were, as principals in a math professional development, which is making us better, right? It's systems, it's structures, it's time for us to talk to colleagues in other elementary schools. How's this going? What does this look like? We're with our coaches. All that is vital to the work in the classrooms. It's right now, right? You're like budget, hiring, like it's all these other things that you have in the back of your mind that you're wanting to give to energy that's so important, but you also have this long list. So you're just being pulled. So yeah, I think continuously, and I know that we are starting the principal advisory group again and working around some of these issues, which I think is going to be really helpful to just talk through. This is the reality of us right now in September, because it's very different than the reality of us in February. And so I think more principal voice at the table of the realities of what we're dealing with will just help us all streamline and hopefully help with efficiency for those very things. Because it's not that the professional development we're sitting in isn't vital.
Director Reed, may I interject one question tied to that? Is there a way, I may be asking the wrong group here, also new, that those professional developments could not be done in February? It sounds like the spring this time is busy. Is there a way where we can plan those differently?
Yeah, it's the same with us, right? If we always push them back, then they never happen with the teachers too. And I think district leadership has been aware, this is what you guys are dealing with. We're going to pause this meeting, or we're going to send it an email. Here's what we need from you, or a survey. So I think it's a constant dance.
Thank you. Dr. Varda?
Thank you for being here. I know it's a lot of work to put this together, represent voices, and I appreciate all the work you put into this.
Yeah. Excuse me.
No, I'm good.
Are you okay?
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. No. I have two questions on the chart. One, And it's kind of all been mentioned, but we hear this a lot from teachers also. So it's just making me think, do we just have entire schools? Just this is the whole system that we're looking at here, working like this, feeling this way. Is that your sentiment? To me, it feels like the closing of the loop of all the things that we've heard, that it's just an entire system of folks who feel that we're working over 40 hours. Yeah.
I think that's a very fair conclusion to draw, because just like what Superintendent Dorland said, teachers are working very hard too, and our clientele they have changed. Like there's the weird, the new normal after the pandemic, and we are having to shift. We're a very large organization, and so our clientele has changed. So having to shift our expectations, our resources, all of those things, that takes some time. But we also have to assess what we need, where we need it, the just in time. But yes, I think that's a very fair conclusion to draw.
I also am always thinking about our principals at elementary and their assistants. Especially, I just wanted to add in the schools with our center programs. And the number of schools I visited, at least in my area, where they have one, and they say it's temporary. It's been something they're gifted for a year, and they're worried they may not even have one next year. And my whole mind is like, wow, knowing some of the things going on, that they're daily with all of that, including the centers. Really quick on the bullet, when it says 72.1% of respondents identified that 46 to 55 hours a week is a reasonable expectation, going back to what Superintendent Dorland said, I don't know if that is written correctly. Is this saying that the principals think that's a reasonable expectation?
That's exactly what that says.
It is. So that's like the norm. A norm is we would expect to work that much.
Yes.
That's what that statement means?
Mm-hmm. Going back to exactly what Superintendent Dorland said is, yeah, so people expect that 40-hour work week is not going to happen if you're a principal or an assistant principal. It's just not going to happen. But what's reasonable and what, that's what that is saying.
Right. It doesn't mean it's right or fair. But it's what's typically expected for if you're working in that position. That I thought it was a word mistake, that it meant more that's what they typically said they work. But I have two last questions, but I'll ask this one first. Just on the bullet here, there's one that says lack of time and flexibility in structures to comply with demands of negotiated agreement and initiative implementation. I'm not sure I know what that means. I was wondering if you could just help us understand.
I was going to say, Tim, go ahead. I was going to actually hand it over to one of you guys.
One example that I have of that is the well-intended Article 10 that added committees for shared leadership. I think that there's been some unintended consequences of the addition of those committees in terms of our ability to efficiently make decisions because we want to be collaborative. And so I think that a number of us are talking about that one specifically because that was a pretty big change, especially in buildings where they had an efficient program going and they had a collaborative decision-making committee already established, and then we had to switch. And so my personal example is we are a small school, so we could have done a variance to have the two committees be one. My staff voted, no, we want to keep them as two. We want as many people involved. And then we got to winter, and their feedback was, it takes forever to make decisions in this building. And I said, I know, but we chose this. And they said, can we re-choose? And so we re-chose, and we're more efficient now. But we were only able to do that because we're a small school and we're able to combine those two committees. So my hope is that as we're into negotiations, we're gathering feedback, specifically on Article 10 for me, around we're well-intended. Was the well-intended work that we did, is it working in your building? And if not, why? And then look at that. So that would be one example potentially of what folks are talking about there.
I would also say the planning time in elementary schools. So we just don't have a lot of flexibility with, we have the 45 minutes art, music, PE time. And so there is a lot of language, I think, one of the goals of us as Jeffco is collaboration, and it's vital for our staff members to get together to be able to plan and have those conversations. But the restrictions around what can be done during individual planning time, and then just the time constraints that elementary has, and just the lack of planning time overall, makes it challenging to, in some buildings, to be able to really have a collaborative process for the teachers with the time constraints.
And just lastly, it's so hard to like see all this and think about this like at the systems level, like everyone in our system is feeling this way. And I just wonder, I appreciate Director Reed's question around, what solutions, and I know you all don't have all the solutions. Is there anything like, and I'm worried about losing our staff at all the different levels because of these kinds of things, especially when different opportunities appear in other sectors, like say more remote work where they can work from home, and things like that. I just wondered, and I'm just asking for your, like, out of curiosity, like, is there any like radical changes that we could make or should be thinking about as a district? I know some districts have gone to 4-day school weeks. I'm just suggesting things that I've heard about as radical, just to be clear. But I just wonder, is there, like, what can we do that would be big enough or system-wide enough to matter?
I think one of the things that Director Reed said asked was, what are your avenues? And where our community superintendents are too. But I think it's important to note that we meet with Superintendent Dorland and her team and Jen Jones and every month, and we do. This is very much so an open conversation, and actions have been taken, and there have been times when meetings have been canceled because they're hearing it, they know it, they listen to it. That's not radical per se, but it is something you can do in the moment that can help, and there has been a lot of actions in good faith around that. John talks to Dave Weiss on a monthly basis or weekly basis, I think, and Jen Jones, and so these conversations are definitely happening in the upper levels of our organization. If I was the queen of the world, I think the first thing I would do is put an assistant principal in every single elementary school. I think that would. I mean, we're all working really, really hard, but I don't think there's a single person up here that would contradict that, and that's including my colleagues that are in the secondary levels. I've been an elementary school principal. I was a high school assistant principal, a high school English teacher, and now I'm a middle school principal, and I worked at the Ed Center. And I think that is one of the biggest areas of need.
I do think we could talk about this for way more than 45 minutes, but I'm going to ask Superintendent Dorland if you have anything to add to this.
Usually during these kinds of interactions with the board, I like for our stakeholder groups to speak the whole time, and I don't normally jump in as much, but I do feel the need to just say, let the board know that none of what you heard tonight or what's on this page is a surprise to me or my team, who's sitting right over here. We really do view our role in support of schools as district leaders and in partnership with our school leaders as they, lead individual communities, and we work to lead at the systems level for our whole community. And so I just want to thank JCAA for the time that you take to be honest and upfront with us about what feedback you're getting from principals and assistant principals, and really collaborating with us on different things that we can do to move into that solution orientation. A couple of things that I'll just list off that we are talking about. No decisions have been made, and I've planned next week to share more about some of these things with the board. But I do want you all to know that in collaboration with JCAA, we are working on some of these things. How do we increase mental health supports in our schools? Matt Polero is working on a new mental health allocation model that actually takes some of the administrative burden, testing, diagnoses, assessments off of school-based personnel so they can focus their time on services for students and not paperwork and administrative tasks. So we're working through that right now and trying to make some decisions around allocations, which is why schools don't know right now. I know that's a frustration, but I'm working so that we don't send something out too quickly, have a negative impact, have to pull it back, reallocate. I would rather get it right the first time and really have been listening to a lot of feedback about mental health needs in our schools. So we're working through that. The budget and staffing timeline is a frustration, not only for our schools, it's a frustration for us. We've talked about this. I have no idea what the state is going to do with our revenue next year. I think I know. We're budgeting on assumptions right now. I mean, a little bit less than half of our district budget has gone out to schools because they have to budget so that they can staff in March. And if we don't get out into the teacher market and staff market by March, then we lose out on high quality candidates. So that's a challenge. The ROFs and doing hiring fairs in collaboration with JCEA to make sure we take care of our teachers who are impacted by school closures has caused a lot of compression of the timeline. I know that's been a challenge for our school leaders. I also feel like it's the right thing to do for our staff that are looking for jobs and are nervous about not having one next year. So this summer, Dave and I were just talking today about this summer putting together side by side with principals at the table, a more reasonable budget and staffing timeline going into next year where we hope we won't be closing schools and having impacted staff. We are talking, my priority is compensation, number one. And I know that that's a high priority for our board. My second priority is administrative support for schools with center programs that don't have an AP. We are working on that right now. I'll be talking to you more about that next week. We are working on, through Renee's team, a year-long professional development calendar, not just for principals, but for APs, for teachers, and other groups, and working on a deadline to give that to our school leaders by end of May, beginning of June, so they know what that calendar looks like going into next year and can coordinate their schedules, their AP schedules accordingly. We are moving, as you know, I think you received an update at mid-year, the early childhood education budget from a special revenue fund into the general fund. This is actually per compliance with CDE guidelines, and they've told us we have to do this. Once we do that, going into the next year, schools will have more flexibility. Schools with a preschool program, principals will have more access to see those funds, understand those funds, be flexible to meet their school's needs with those funds. And so I guess they do share feedback very regularly. I know that people across our system are feeling overworked. And, we've got to talk about that. And I think some of these next steps that I've outlined, and then probably some others that we can continue to collaborate on, will hopefully help some of those things going into next year.
I would just like to add thing, board. I want you to know that Superintendent Dorland and her staff have been working with us to mitigate our issues consistently, and they've done a lot. And I'd like to weigh in on our behalf on the mill levy, if you don't mind. Could I do that? Okay. Yes.
I just wanted to add one piece about the mental health component. So generally that staffing for the mental health piece comes with students on IEPs, but I hope that we also consider our general ed kids that are coming in with more intensive needs, and then sometimes looking at that IEP process, which is not the process that they necessarily need to go through, but I think also looking at general ed students that are coming in with heightened needs, that's a little harder to track minute-wise to be able to provide that additional mental health support.
As far as the mill goes, we realize that much of our problem has to do with resources, and keep that in mind. And we need more support from our community. I think the challenge is organizing it and being prepared to do it right. But we want you to know that a lot of the hopes and the future that we're building for our district is we're going to need the help of our community to do it.
Thank you guys so much. And as I said, 45 minutes is nowhere near enough for us to cover everything that we need to cover. So thank you for your time, and thank you for the survey information. I think that's one of the biggest benefits we get as we deal with associations, that we can get, a survey of everything. Mr. Pearson, do you have something?
I do, really briefly. I think you heard a lot about schools and administrators in schools today. It's important to let you know, especially our new board members, JCA represents the bulk of administrators in schools, but they represent all of us. There's a number of us that don't work directly in schools and feel some impact as well, but the impact in the schools pushes all the way up to us. And I think when you talk about the overwork or the work that's come down, society, and I'm preaching to the choir here, has bred a pressure, and I think some of the sense of this work they're doing, the additional resources that they have to do when it comes to kids and discipline, et cetera, is remnant of what's going on in our society. And so I don't think, we get called out a lot, and I heard that R1 has responded a lot, but there's a number of administrators that don't serve directly in schools that also feel like, they're being tugged in a lot of directions because that's the work. That's supporting schools, and it's the right work. And I think, as John pointed out, our cabinet team has been amazing of sitting down and talking about solution-based opportunities to help us get better at providing opportunities to support our schools. So I just wanted to make that relevant because we talked a lot about principals today, but there's also a number of individuals that serve outside of the school that also are a part of this work and are inclusive of this and feel like we want to continue to do the right work. And I think we're doing that. And so I want to make that relevant to you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And let's keep the conversation going.
Thank you.
The next agenda item we have will allow the board the opportunity to review and discuss recent legislative activities of the 74th General Assembly. And we have allotted 30 minutes for this topic. One of the things we want to think about is if the board wishes to formally endorse or support legislation, we can also discuss that at this time. So we will have a presentation from Mr. Ed Bowditch, who's a partner at Bowditch and Cassell Public Affairs. Let Mr. Bowditch get settled.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to come out here on day 29. So after today, we will be 1/4 of the way through the legislative session. And we have 370 bills that have been introduced to date. I'm guessing by the end of the session, we'll be in the 600s as we usually are. But things are really picking up down there. Lots going on. Just an administrative thing, I want to thank the superintendent and all her fabulous staff who are always helping me when I email questions about anything from scheduling issues to what does this bill do to what's the impact on Jeffco. So I appreciate being part of the team here. Secondly, I wanted to make sure that the format of the weekly reports that I send out is working for everybody. Where anything new is in green, you can scan down and see what's new. Every bill is hyperlinked. And certainly if you have questions, you can email me is the best way to reach me, but you can also give me a call as well. I work for you and I want to make sure what I'm doing meets your standards. Madam President, I'm happy just to start in giving you a funding update, a couple of budget items, and then go into some of the bills. And I'm happy to make this extremely interactive. So if I get to something and people have questions, please jump in.
Sounds very good.
Okay, thank you. A few minutes ago, and I do appreciate coming out here early because I learn a lot about the district when I sit and kind of prepare my reports. But I did hear discussions about next year's budget. And while I am confident, I wouldn't say extremely confident, but I'm confident the budget stabilization factor will be eliminated. I see no reason why that shouldn't happen. That is the current law. I think there are a lot of people down at the Capitol who want to make this the year that this would be the last year of the BS factor, and as we turn the clock to July 1, there would be no more BS factor. Now, having said that, that would be fabulous. I don't see anything going beyond the BS factor. The state budget is not in great shape, but I think hopefully we can get rid of the BS factor. That doesn't mean that there couldn't be changes to the School Finance Act. And for those of you who were here last year or who read about this last spring, there were proposed changes moving monies from one factor to another. As an example, what is often a popular thing to do is let's move money out of cost of living into one of the more student-based factors. And in fact, the School Finance Task Force that just finished its work last week had that sort of recommendation. So I don't know if those will come up. I'm guessing they will once again. So even though the BS factor may be eliminated, there still is a chance that money could be moved between the districts based on the individual characteristics. Also, there is a increasing amount of discussion about the state wanting to do something for all of the districts that have received migrant students since the October 1st count. I think there are a couple thousand students who have enrolled in Colorado public schools who were not counted in October. They arrived since October. It is tough to consider that, let me put it this way, that probably almost certainly wouldn't be part of the School Finance Act. If the state does something, they will come up with some amount of money appropriated to CDE, and then districts, any district that has migrant students, not just districts with a lot of them, but any district that has migrant students could apply for funding to try and address the needs of some of those students who are new to Colorado. So that will probably happen, if it happens, within the next few weeks, because they want to make sure they get the funding out the door this fiscal year, and it doesn't do much to appropriate funds if they arrive in June. And obviously, once July 1 comes around, those students can be added into the formula. So we will see that. I know we don't have a lot of those types of students in Jeffco, but obviously, if there is any funding available, I know that Brenna is available or has been tracking that, as well as has Superintendent Dorland. Turning to individual bills, I have tried to put the bills in various categories. The first group is students. So I have, let's see, about 10 bills. I've also listed the case positions to the extent they are known. I've tried to list the CASB positions, but I'm still having some challenges making sure I'm getting those right. So hopefully I can get those for this week's report. And then anytime CASB takes a position, they will also be listed here. I wasn't planning to go over every single bill. A couple of the higher profile bills, I'm not asking you to necessarily take a position on, but I did want to mention to you House Bill 1039, the non-legal name changes. That is a bill that has been introduced. I believe people have discovered since the bill has been introduced that this is basically already required by the Colorado Civil Rights Commission. So I think the bill will be amended to kind of reflect that's already in rule. House Bill 1070, allowing certain items at school graduations. This applies to every type of graduation. I learned that, in fact, preschools have graduation ceremonies. My kids are in their late 20s now. I don't know if they had them then, but I'm learning that. This bill is, I think, a response to one or maybe a few instances that happened last spring. I think there is some concern that this would put the school leadership or the district leadership in the middle of arbitrating what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate at graduations. Well, there's a definition of cultural, there's no definition of religious, so I think there's a bit of concern by some in the K-12 community that the districts would then be put in the middle of arbitrating all these sorts of things.
I'll just add that we did make some policy revisions and or interpretation of policy changes last year. I can't remember if we actually needed to change language or not, but we in Jeffco do walk that line. and make sure that students Native students who want to wear an eagle feather are allowed to do so. Other students who have a religious adornment of some sort that want to wear it, we do allow those types of opportunities for our graduates in Jeffco. That was a bit of a shift, I think last year. But we feel like it's important for our graduates, many of whom often tend to be first-generation graduates, to represent their cultural heritage in this ceremony as important as a high school graduation. So we're taking care of this at a local level already, in my opinion.
May I ask a quick question? Is the CASB's opposition to this one because of the challenges you were saying and putting administrators in kind of that no man's land or no human's land?
Yes, that's the case opposition, as far as I know, and that if it's being handled at a district level based on district characteristics, why do we need a one size state mandate?
Thank you.
Again, not necessarily objecting to the premise, but just the overall bill.
Requirement. Thank you.
House Bill 1164, the free menstrual products to students. This has been a grant program for a few years. This would just roll out into a statewide mandate. And I do sometimes like to point out when we have, let's see on this one, Representative Titone, who has been a leader in this area. And I always like to mention when it's a local Jeffco legislator. Moving on then to the teachers and staff down towards the bottom of the page. 1044, the districts now can hire a few para-retirees to come back without a disruption or penalty in their para benefits. This would expand that slightly for the larger schools. And it would make it easier that districts would just have to declare a need rather than a critical shortage. This passed out of committee the other day, so I think this one has pretty strong bipartisan support. On the next page, Senate Bill 49, the content materials in libraries. This is also known as the Freedom to Read bill. There have been many cases nationally of items being challenged in libraries. I'm sure you've all seen those. This has two Jeffco legislators, Senators Cutter and Kolker, who have been working on this. It is my understanding that Jeffco does already have a committee that will review these things when there is a request. This bill also sets up parameters on who has standing to make a complaint, which frankly a lot of people think is a good thing. That if somebody wants to make an inquiry or complaint about something in Jeffco, they would have to be a Jeffco citizen, not somebody from outside of Jeffco or even outside of the state. That part of the bill I think a lot of people think is probably a good thing. Having said that, there's some questions about the rural schools are saying we can't get people to serve on our existing committees. Now we're going to have another committee. Other districts are saying we already have a committee. The amendments, and I've expressed some of those sentiments on an unofficial basis back to the sponsors. And one of the amendments says if there is a committee that has substantially the same type of membership as what's in the bill, you wouldn't have to follow some of the bill's parameters, but you still would have to follow some of the guidelines about how to determine whether an item is appropriate or not. This bill hasn't had its first hearing yet.
Yeah, my read of the bill was that it was pretty prescriptive and specific about what districts, like who had to be on this committee. And I think there's some concern, like, I'm not sure if we can get all these representatives, and we need more flexibility to be able to do this in a way that aligns with what our community wants to have as representation. And then there are some districts who just don't want to have this kind of committee. We do have a committee. We have a policy around the committee. They've actually met. They're an ad hoc committee. They meet as needed. They've met recently, made some decisions and recommendations to our CAO, and it's been working well in Jeffco.
Moving on to some of the other education bills, mandating air conditionings in schools and school buses, great idea. Love to see the price tag for that. That would be for buses or schools acquired or built after July 1, 2024. and for these types of bills, there is not going to be any state funding that comes with them if they pass. So again, wonderful idea. The Institute Charter School and bond indebtedness. This one caught my eye. I found out today it's trying to address one issue in Eagle County, where Eagle County wants to share or wants to do bonded work for an Institute Charter School in Eagle County, and the statute was unclear. So it's certainly permissive and not something that I think is of too great a concern. Another parabill, 1159, there have been some school districts that have used private employment agencies to help them staff certain positions. And the question is, do those people have to pay into para? That's been a bit of a dispute. And finally, down at the general government, there is another bill, 1168, and I usually send these to your legal counsel. This one would require that any state or local public entity has to, if it is a board meeting where any sort of board business is going to be discussed, it has to be live streamed. I think my sense is Jeffco already does that. There may be a few modifications Jeffco would have to make. This bill has not had its first hearing yet. It was just introduced. I know many of the smaller special districts and smaller school districts are concerned about that.
The one question I had about it is, how does it impact like retreats? Do those also have to be live streamed?
I might want to ask the legal counsel to opine on that.
You get one, phone a friend free.
This is the one I'm using.
So, yeah, this is honestly the area of concern. I've talked to some of my peers. It's not so much your regular business meetings. You absolutely live stream all of them. Right now it's defined, unless it's changed since the last time I looked at it, as covering every meeting where the open meeting law basically applies, right? So if it's triggered where we're giving that notice, so retreats can be a challenge. More than that, when you all had, for example, the public hearings around the ROFTS process, right? And you want to just go to a school and be in the cafeteria and hear from folks on an issue. So there are things where then it becomes, in this effort to increase public access to your meetings, it may decrease it in some ways because the incentive to go to far-flung parts of the district and have a meeting where the community can attend, it can be offset by the burden of bringing all the technology associated with the live stream process. So I will say, just from the informal conversations I've been privy to with my peers, and I don't know, from Casby and Case and some of those folks, is the hope is if they would just tighten it to be more the business meetings, right? We're going to take formal action. That might be a fair place to adjust the boundary. But
Could I ask one?
I leave that in your capable hands. So.
Could I ask another one on this? The other thing that's a little bit eyebrow raising for me is this idea of the testimony allowed through video conferencing, only because of what happened at a Wheat Ridge City Council meeting recently, where they had some pretty serious hate speech coming in from someone that wasn't a resident and the IP address was unknown. And so just from our standpoint, if that is something, I think we would really need to look at security and how we would do that.
And certainly the intent of allowing people who may have ability issues and whatnot, yeah, that's what the intent is, but you're right. There are other things that could happen as well. Yeah.
I just have an opinion on this. I think this is what we should support, and I think we should be live streaming our retreats and any time when the board is together speaking. I think that not live streaming them enables us to speak in ways that we wouldn't if it was live streamed. So I am in support of this, and especially if our board retreats are not held in our district, I think there is extra reason why we should live stream them.
I guess I would say my feeling on that one is definitely the regular meetings that we do board business, and even when we have presentations like Friday, we've separated out the study session portions, which are getting live streamed, and then we are going into our retreat downstairs, which is not live streamed. I would like to see it happen maybe in pieces, start with the business meetings. I appreciate what you're saying, Dr. Varda, but I am I feel like I don't have enough experience yet with the retreats. I want to see how they go. And there's a consideration between transparency and openness and so forth. If they're public and someone could come to them, then they'll get to hear what we say versus any feeling that we might just not bring up a topic or just not get into any details because of concerns. Because it's true that the social media will pick up one sentence out of a 4-hour meeting and just blow it up. So that's just my feeling.
Okay, so I'm gonna chip in the opposite direction and for totally different reasons. I have no problem with our retreats being open to the public, and people can certainly come and listen. And I have never said anything in a retreat that I would not say publicly. I can't even fathom that. But the structure of a retreat is often not conducive to live streaming. And, I think about the times that we have switched tables and written on sticky notes and put them places and had small group discussions and then broken out to the larger group. And I would be concerned that trying to make that fit the format of a live stream would create what should be a very spontaneous meeting with more conversation, turns every meeting into one where we all line up at a table and take turns talking. And there are times that that's not appropriate. So that's my concern. I don't want to have to rearrange how we do things and eliminate the one opportunity that we have for informal discussion among each other. I'm more than happy to have people come. We had a retreat where somebody sent in somebody with a camera. That's fine. If people want us to record what's going on and then play it back, you're still going to lose the small group conversations. I just think people don't understand what all happens at different kinds of meetings.
Do we know the impetus for the bill, or if there was an instance that occurred or something that might have caused the introduction of the bill?
The only thing I know, the only thing that I've heard is that there are a number of school districts that don't live stream their own board meetings. And some of these aren't just the small ones either. And as people say, one of the good things about the Zoom meetings and the capability we've all had is that many more people are comfortable with live streaming.
Did you have some other ones you want to identify?
I had no other business.
So I have some questions. You said that you're still trying to find out where CASB's position is on a couple bills.
Yes.
What's the problem? Why are you not able to see what they're doing? Do they not?
It's just the link that I'd received didn't work, so I've been trying to get the new link, but I'll get that worked out.
Okay.
And so when I send out this week's report, they'll have the CASB positions.
Okay. So I do know from just a brief text message with someone from CASB, we're talking about the Independent Ethics Commission jurisdiction and just a concern about it having to do with employees, not just the board members being part of it. So I don't know if you have any input on that or any feeling on that bill or heard from any other districts.
I have not on 1073. I think the Pikes Peak Alliance and the Special District Association have both come out opposed to that. This was a big fight last year. And Representative Story is the prime sponsor in the House on that. I think it did pass the House and it died in the Senate, if I remember correctly. But the question is, the Independent Ethics Commission does not have jurisdiction over special districts and school districts, and this would change that. And one of the arguments I remember, boy, it's tough to get people to run for these positions anyway. And now you're potentially exposing them to a lot more requirements. Some people have had charges filed against them that really were not all that serious, and yet you have to go through the whole process. Obviously, there are other people who, if you apply the Independent Ethics Commission to these, there might be more serious findings in some instances. So I haven't heard a lot from the school districts on it. I just remember it was a big fight last year. And I don't think the Jeffco School Board got involved directly last year.
Do you know if, I'm just looking at the ones that we know of Case's position. Do you know of any school districts that have taken a position, say, on the professional endorsement of special education teaching? That seems like something that might be of interest to districts.
Which number?
1087.
1087. I do have that. Oh, yes. 1087. CASE is in support. The Colorado Rural Schools Association is in support. Douglas County, St. Vrain, CEA. UNC is opposed. They're worried they'd lose some students, I assume. But yes, no, this has a lot of support among school districts. Just as an alternative method to try and get more endorsements in special education.
Superintendent Dorland, have you had a chance to look at this? Do you have any initial feelings?
I have not looked at this one. It looks like it's introduced and under consideration, though. And I have been talking to CDE as well as some of my staff about the need for us to have support at increasing numbers of special education endorsed teachers in the state because we struggle. And so I'm pleased to see this, and it sounds like it's tasking CDE to do just that in some way, to sort of pave a smoother path to getting those types of endorsements, which I think could be very helpful. I don't think it's the end all be all of solving our problems around some of our special education staffing issues, but I do think it could be the beginning of some state support, which we've been asking for.
I'd like to suggest that the board look this over this next weekend and also get some more input maybe from the district, and then next Thursday at our regular meeting, we can consider whether we want to support it or not.
May I ask one additional question? And perhaps this is for Superintendent Dorland, but I would be curious to know the district's feeling, maybe this is a Brenna question, on the school finance task force recommendation. There's been some news articles out about it on how other districts are impacted and how we're impacted. And after I got over my rage at us getting less, I thought maybe I should actually ask the experts and see if it's a good thing, a bad thing, or if we need to add that to our consideration.
I'm happy to jump in with some reactions to it. Before I do that, President Parker, do you want feedback on your suggested next step on the special education piece, or were you getting enough feedback? Sorry.
I was just thinking we could all think about it for this next week, and then you could send an email or something if you have something before the meeting.
Okay, that's great. On the task force recommendations, I have not had a minute to read through them at length. I know Ed and Brenna have both been paying very close attention to the committee. I've been receiving a lot of updates through the Front Range Superintendent Group. I do know that any change to the COLA factor has tremendous impact on our revenue. I also know that any change to the averaging, which I don't believe is something they've suggested, would have incredible impact on us. And some of the changes to at-risk could have impact. If the board looks at your legislative platform, there's an attachment in the January board meeting that kind of describes some of what could happen. It's all kind of estimates and assumptions right now. But one of the things that I will be sharing with you later this week in your weekly board update are the talking points and advocacy points from the Front Range superintendents. So we have finalized those. We have agreed as Front Range superintendents, and this goes from Douglas County to Fort Collins, to utilize these common messages and advocacy points to create our own messages to our local delegations. So we are currently working on a letter from me to all of our Jeffco legislators, advocating that we don't disagree that the state should increase the at-risk weighting and support the small districts, the rural districts, which is the small school factor. We're in support of doing both of those things, but not at the expense of other districts, that it needs to be done with additional funding. so that when they say we're fully funding education at 1989 levels with the buy down on the budget stabilization factor, it's all districts. Jeffco Public Schools has lost out on $9 million worth of $930 million of funding over the last 14 years during the budget stabilization. And we're not getting any of that money back, right? And so now, if we don't get our portion of the budget stabilization factor, it's going to be incredibly difficult. And as we've talked before, the CPI application to the state formula on our total program is only a portion of our budget. And so a 5 or 5.5% CPI inflation rate on our revenue is not our whole revenue. It's only a portion of it. And we're going to talk more about negotiations and budget next week. But I'll be sending to you the talking points that desk or front range superintendents have put together, as well as probably a draft letter if it's ready that I'll be sending to our local delegation. Mary and I've talked about this briefly. Probably be talking to her a little bit more about what the board should have some conversation, with Mary about what you all want to do. But we need to start getting ahead of this and advocating to our state legislators that in Jeffco, we need to be advocating for the revenue that we deserve to come our way.
Yeah, thank you.
We're working on it. And I believe that there's a solution in the $1 billion state ed fund that they can cover some of these things as they're doing these adequacy studies that they've now fully funded, which I'm appreciative of. And if they don't want to take it from the state ed fund, they should take it from the $200 million that they allocate every year for grants and look at some underspend from that, because they don't spend it all, or look at the interest that they're earning on the state ed fund. There's ways for them to think creatively about financing some of what they want to do with the formula. And they need to start thinking about those things.
And I was wondering too, maybe at our retreat this Friday, we can talk about when the board wants to make an official statement ourselves. So we can go through ed and we could support or oppose bills, which is useful. But if we ever want to make a statement that's public, certainly I think this is one of the areas in school funding that would be appropriate for us.
I agree with that, and I talked with 2 legislators this week who both are interested. We're asking, what does your board say? And one even said, would you invite us so we can speak with you all? I can talk to you about that offline. But and then I just had something else I've observed by going to the legislative updates and things in the community is that the legislators, and they should be, are really proud of this budget stabilization buy down. So they announce it at every community meeting. And then they follow that by saying, now we're fully funding schools in Colorado, and everyone claps. And almost everyone in the audience doesn't have kids in schools. They're not the audience we're talking to right now. And so I've been asking my legislators, could you always follow that by saying, and I should say at one, it was Senator Zenzinger who was the only one who said at the end, we fully funded schools in Colorado, everybody clapped. And then she said, but not adequately, only at 1989 levels. And then everyone's like, oh. And so I just hope that I just imagine as this continues to get passed, the PR around it will get bigger and happy, that we're doing that. And it worries me that the sentiment in the state, although I'm grateful for that, but the sentiment in the state is going to increasingly be a message around the how good that is. So I just hope that our legislators always follow with the caveat that it's not adequate. Because I don't think that people understand. I think they hear we finally funded. Fully funded schools is the term that is always used. So that's a message I hope to keep giving to our legislators. And I will personally also. And one other question. Oh, in terms of timing for voting on something, I know you've come to us before and been like, oh, it's at this point, and if you want to do it, it's now or never and all that. Is it better if we kind of react like that, or should we be trying to say, here are the 3, vote on 3 at once? And I know 450 of them are not in Yeah, so
Really, it's in terms of timing, whatever works for you. I mean, if the board takes an official position, I will email the entire Jeffco delegation the next day and then catch them individually as I see them and make sure they know that you support or oppose a certain bill. And then I will tell the sponsor of that bill as well. The next step is to have somebody from Jeffco testify. Remotely can work. It's not great. It means somebody has to come down to the Capitol. That's the next level of engagement. But really, it's whenever's convenient for you because you obviously have so much on your plates right now.
I feel like now, knowing that the bills always start in one house and go to the other, we still have some time that we might catch it at the second stage, but
Yes,
we don't miss out altogether.
that's right. And Madam President, if I could build on one thing that Superintendent Tracy Dorland said about Jeffco and the School Finance Act. It gets a little bit technical to have this discussion about mill levies. But the total program mill levies, for years, there were 39 districts that were at the maximum of 27. Those districts, the taxpayers in those districts were paying a lot for K-12, and their state share was reduced because of that. Jeffco was right behind them at 26.252. The state did a wonderful job a few years ago, in my opinion, of requiring almost all districts to move one mill at a time towards that 27. But it still doesn't get away from the fact that for years, the Jeffco taxpayers were paying, and those other districts were paying these very high mill rates to support their schools, and other districts weren't. So when we get a task force report that comes out and says we need all this additional money for schools, we need a total of $474 million, and oh, by the way, Jeffco will get 0.1% of that total, that to me is frustrating. And that's something I think that it's very reasonable to raise that with the people at the Capitol who say, let's rearrange everything. You can't just look at it in isolation.
Yeah, and that's why I really think the board could make a big statement ourselves on that one.
Thank you.
So also, if so over the week, we're going to be thinking at least about the special ed licensing. If there's any other bills that you know other districts have been taking positions on, you just let us know that so that maybe we could consider them for next week's meeting.
I can include that in my weekly email that will hopefully go out on Saturday. Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're in the
Good to
thick
see
of it.
everybody.
Appreciate it.
President Parker, can I just add as a reminder for the board, if you are talking with legislators and you're trying to answer questions or wanting to send a follow-up to them about the finance piece in particular right now, there are strong advocacy points in your legislative platform that you approved around financial priorities, grant programs, school funding efficiencies, and effectiveness. So that's an area where if you wanted to go back to that to just review it, you could find some talking points for yourselves or some written cut and paste opportunities, or just follow up to legislators if they're asking you for your perspective. And in the meantime, we're working on some additional materials, and I'll get you those as well.
Great, thank you. Okay, our next topic of discussion, the board will study director district maps created by independent consultants, Flow Analytics. Based on the 2020 census data for our 5 geographical Jeffco Board Director District boundaries, Flow has created maps that balance population across director districts. As a reminder to the board and our listening public, every 10 years after the release of the decennial U.S. Census Jeffco Board of Education director districts should be reviewed in order to ensure compliance with Colorado state statute that each district is reasonably equal in population and as contiguous and compact as possible. This process, called redistricting, is important in ensuring that each board member represents about the same number of constituents. The proposed district director boundaries must be approved by the board. Director district lines will not result in changing school or articulation area boundaries. In Jeffco, all directors are elected at large, meaning that if you live and vote in Jefferson County, when there is a school board election, you have the opportunity to cast a vote for all open director districts. Adjusting our director district does not impact school or articulation area boundaries. However, it will have an impact on which schools each of us represents, and at least in one director's case, it impacts eligibility to represent her district in a potential second term based on address of residence. I want to thank Director Applegate and Director Varda, who spent time with Flo and district staff engaging more deeply on this important topic on behalf of the board. And we've allotted 45 minutes for this topic. Before I hand it over to Flo Analytics staff, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to say?
No, I think we should get going with the conversation. Thank you, President Parker.
Thank you. And I'll leave it up to the district to start us off and tell us who our visitors are.
I'll jump in with that only briefly because that fabulous script that somebody prepared for our board president covered most of what you need to know from me. The real experts are on your screen. I can't say enough about what Rebecca and Emma and their team have done in this process. As you all know, your primary legal obligation in this space is about balancing population to the maximum extent possible. And we've got some other conditions, right, that the districts be compact and contiguous and those things that they'll walk you through. But you all had expressed some interest just as a matter of kind of policy for your own structure to say we'd like better alignment with articulation areas. And they'll talk about the options that are in that space. I just want to remind you from sort of the lawyer's chair that our main ultimate goal is going to be landing in that population balancing that we're obligated to undertake. And I don't know that there's any other reason for me to delay you all hearing from the experts. So I'll turn it over to Rebecca Wright and Emma Swanson.
Thank you, Julie. So Emma is going to share her screen, and we're going to pop the PowerPoint up there. And I believe from what I heard, you all have some amazing printouts in front of you with some very large maps. So we will be talking through the materials today, and happy to answer any questions that you all have. And so with that, I'm going to kick it off. So this is our third presentation in front of you all to discuss the redistricting process. And we are excited to remind everyone like what this is, and then we'll talk through like actually what the maps are that we have been working with you all and district staff to develop over the past several months. So in the next slide, we just want to begin by reminding everyone what redistricting is, and President Parker and Councilor Tolson just did a great job explaining it, so I will be brief here, but again, this is something that everyone does, every board does around the country. You look at your district boundaries for your director districts or board member districts every 10 years to make sure that the population within each of those districts is balanced. And because people move and people have more babies in certain places and there's new development, those populations change year to year. So this is essentially looking at making sure that there is equal representation for each of your directors. And those lines must be approved by the date of March 1st. And again, this is, since you all are voted on at large, it does not impact voting. Residents can still vote for all members regardless of where they live, and it also does not affect actual school boundaries either. So in terms of timeline and what we have been doing to date, so we had our kickoff back in November. We've had two presentations, one in December to discuss like where you all are currently at in terms of the population in each of your districts. And then we looked at some initial options back a month ago, which it seems like it's been more than a month, but it's only been a month. And then we have been working with district staff and the board to refine those options. So today we're going to be presenting revised options for you all and for your consideration, with the goal of coming back to you all next week, the day after Valentine's Day, to present the final maps and get one of them approved so that they can then become effective by the July 1st of 2024 date. All right, and going back to like what we're looking at for this process. So there are federal and local laws that must be followed, and so all of the options that we will be presenting to you all today do meet all of those legal criteria. They cannot be done to favor or disfavor a protected class or political party. So again, we're looking at this from a very objective data lens. And the goals that we're looking at are making sure that your districts are population balanced. And we'll talk about what that means. They must be contiguous and they must be compact. And there are some shoulds, so these aren't requirements, but they are really strongly recommended. And so things like preserving communities of mutual interest. So in y'all's case, articulation areas and local neighborhoods, looking at using natural boundaries like major highways and roads, and then making sure as much as possible they're composed of whole precincts is something we strove to do. You all in Colorado, you also have like a special provision that individuals who are incarcerated within your county are taken out of the population balancing numbers, so they're not considered as part of that. So just something we want to mention. All right, next slide, please. So, and if you're forget what the terms are, which I know I like pictures, so we try to break this down. So if you're thinking about contiguous, that essentially means no islands. Like the districts have to be all in one piece. You want them to be compact, so you don't want your lines to look like spaghetti. You want them to look more like a meatball. And in terms of natural boundaries, again, use your streets and roads, your lake, those things are things that we look at when developing these lines, mainly because they help folks really understand where their communities are and their natural barriers that folks can understand when they're looking at where their lines are. And so we've already gone through one round of draft maps. This is another revised versions tonight. And so those initial ones, we never expected any of those to become the final versions. They were a launching point for conversation. They do meet all the requirements, but again, it was just to see, okay, here's some options. How do we want to move forward with this? And you all gave excellent feedback. And so Emma has been working very studiously on those. And so we will be presenting revised versions tonight. And then next week, on the next slide, we are going to be presenting hopefully final map or map options based on your feedback tonight and getting your final feedback and then having a vote on those next week. And again, they'll adhere to everything. So that's our job. We make sure everything meets all the legal criteria and the requirements, and your staff and the district staff and the board staff has been excellent, and also making sure that we're dotting all of our I's and crossing all of our T's. So we really appreciate that support. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Emma to talk through the maps.
Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, so hopefully everyone's familiar with this one, the current director district map. And then we'll see, obviously, various variations on the next slide. Here we go. Just a quick reminder about population deviation and what we're trying to get at. So we take the population of the total district and divide it by 5, because that's how many directors there are. And then that average number is the ideal population for every district. So as long as and we're trying to get below, we have to get below 10%. We're really trying to get below 5% deviation. So as long as no director district is above 5%, and taking absolute values, as long as no director district is above 5% and no director district is below 5% of that average population, that would equal, the absolute value would equal 10%. So we just want to make sure that we're kind of within those there's obviously room for variation around that average population, but as long as the absolute value is below 10%, really below 5%. Okay. So 2010, the overall range was 4%. Overall range deviation was 4%, which is great. That means the last group that did this did a great job. In 2020, things changed, like Rebecca said. Different populations move elsewhere. There's uneven growth and decline in the population across the district. So now we're sitting at 15.2%, which is above 10%. So we have to do this process. And then another note is that District 3 was over by 9%, and District 5 is under the ideal population by negative 6.3%. So Unfortunately, those districts don't touch, or else it would be a lot easier to balance population, give one to the other. But in this case, we have to kind of touch other districts because to even out that population across space. Okay, draft map 1. It's the same as the last one. The goal was to align articulation areas and keep the population deviation below 5%. Draft map 2, that's kind of like the reimagined map, and we want to redraw director district lines to reflect maybe an east to west or west to east disposition instead of north to south, and align articulation areas as well as the under 5% population deviation. So we're kind of like two opposite looking maps in that way, but getting at the same goals. And then draft map 3 is the same as draft map 2, except we're switching Golden and Wheat Ridge director districts. So it's a tweak of draft map 2. Okay, draft map 1, the overall deviation is 2.81%, which is pretty good, getting as close to zero as we can, while keeping to articulation areas. And also with this one was minimal change to align to articulation, if that makes sense. So the district 4 is with the highest population, district 1 is the lowest population, but still adding up to 2.81% deviation. So, and then at the end, after I go through each of the draft maps, we'll have each of the draft maps together side by side so you can see them as well. I know you have them printed too. Okay, and then the articulation areas is the slide just showing the assignments of the articulation areas per district. And then again, just wanting to note that changing director district lines does not change school boundaries or impact school school assignments. So we're just looking at direct districts. So District 1, Arvada, Pomona, Stanley Lake. I'll let you guys look at that for a second. And then these school assignments are made by address and not school articulation area. So all of the schools are located within the articulation area boundary here, but not all the articulation areas are really aligned to the lines, if that makes sense. And then this doesn't include option schools and charters. Okay, draft map 2, the overall deviation is 1.52%. This is much lower. No district is above or below 1% deviation, which is also ideal, closest to zero. And this is a realignment map. So we're kind of seeing like the east to west look, as opposed to, just changing it up, seeing if there's another way. Maybe it could be like more populated and not sticking kind of with the status quo was the goal. So yeah, I'll let you all look at that for a minute. And then in the next map, we'll see a change in this area here. And that's really the biggest difference between draft map 2 and draft map 3. Okay. So then draft map 2's articulation area assignments are here as well. And then again, doesn't include charter, like other school address assignments other schools will be assigned to director districts based on school address, like charters and option schools. Okay. And then draft map 3, the overall deviation is 1.59%. And the only district that has a deviation from that ideal population of 1 or equivalent to 1% is District 1. It's under the ideal population by 1%. And then, so the change here is between Districts 2 and 3 in this area. Whoops, sorry. In this area, the biggest change from draft map 2 is that Golden articulation area goes to District 3 and Wheat Ridge articulation area goes to Director District 2. And that's the only difference between these two maps. But in this difference, right here, this is I-70 is in this area. If you can see my cursor, hopefully, that Director District 2 reaches over I-70 natural boundary and splitting that community of interest. So just noting that maybe that's not the most ideal situation. Okay. And then these are the articulation areas by Director District. And so we can note those there, but I can go back and review them when we talk about the maps as well. But what I will do is hold on this slide so that we can see the differences between the draft maps, and then open it up for discussion.
Thank you so much. Directors, any discussion, comments, questions? Director Reed?
I will say, having been the District 2 representative, I like maps 2 and 3 and the fact that that does not leave one director going from one end of the district to the other primarily through the mountains. It does make school visits a real challenge, trying to schedule around weather and for most of the schools, not just for like one set of schools. And it slows down the process of being able to get to all of your schools, because if all your schools are in the mountains, they're far apart and you're twisting and winding, and I think it just would make it easier to be more in touch with all of the schools in the district. So I do like the horizontal orientations of maps 2 and 3.
I'll also say that I think the map 1, which looks the most like what we have right now, looks the craziest to me. I mean, I've always said, why does 2 come under 3? It just visually was odd. And I felt like since changing these director districts doesn't change boundaries or articulation areas or anything like that, this maps 2 or 3 make it a little easier for community members to figure out what district they're in and who they should be contacting.
I'll go next. Dr. Varda and I had the benefit of spending some extra time with Flo and team and looking at these, and I want to commend the Flo team because you delivered us exactly what we asked for in a very kind of long and rambly meeting. So I appreciate that very, very much. I'm just going to give kind of some general thoughts. I really am appreciative that the articulation areas are largely in all of the maps. I think that was my main goal. And also that our numbers, the deviation numbers, are small. They're all in green. All the articulation areas are there, which is great. One of my questions as the new kid, I'm not going to get to use that for much longer, but as the new kid, I'm just, and I won't speak for Director Kenworthy, but I'm just building relationships. So I would ask the others who have been in your seats for longer, going from 1 to 2 or 3 is a significant change in the schools that all of us would represent. And not having yet built 2 years in those relationships with those soups and those principals, I would love to know, one, how do you feel about that? Danielle and I said a lot, it's not about us when talking with Flo, but I do think that matters in this case. So I would like to know the opinions. I personally, I guess, lean towards, I am happy that we achieved the goals, and so I could be comfortable honestly picking any of these maps, because I do think not changing unless there is a reason to change bodes for map 1. But honestly, everyone's called it Doctor. Director Reed, I didn't think about the fact that one director has to gets the privilege of serving all the mountain schools and the challenges that come with that. So that's something I had not thought about, and I think that's a really strong point. I would also look to Flo and maybe Lisa, Ms. Ralou, if if that I-70 crossing through what would become District 2, does that lead us to any concerns or challenges? And one of the things that I originally really liked about maps 2 and 3 is that we have the interested communities together that are the articulation areas, but what I think is also interesting is how it affects communities that just naturally interact together. And so that doesn't necessarily happen in all the districts, but I do think it happens in some districts. So I guess I'll pause there. I know Dr. Varda was in those discussions too and may have some additional thoughts.
First, I just had a question on map 3. I just expected 2 to stay in the green. But, why did those switch where 2 and 3 are? Do you know what I mean? In all the other maps, 2 is on the left over there in the green, and I guess it's green on the last one. But why did we switch the position of 2 to be more over on the east?
I think with the population numbers, but
does it matter? Wouldn't it just be like a swapping of the numbers? I mean, it matters who is 2 or 3, but it just seems, it's unexpected. I didn't know why we did that. I just wonder why.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up the articulation area maps too, so we can see the articulation area names and everything aligned.
Sure.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong though, like one of the things is if we would have kept them in the way that Dr. Varda was talking about, that would have redistricted another director potentially out of her district.
Yeah, there were 2 that were originally being redistricted. I'm sorry.
The other piece like more change of the director by swapping them like that.
It does look like a large change. The primary difference between draft map 2 and draft map 3 is that you've just swapped the golden articulation area, which covers a really large geographic area that doesn't necessarily have a lot of people in it, but that's the really big area that you see with Wheat Ridge, which has a smaller geographic area. So that's why it looks like there's that big shift. It's really the result of swapping golden and Wheat Ridge articulation areas only.
No, but I don't know. Are you all not seeing what I'm saying?
No, but I think...
No, but we changed the numbers. See how 2 is on the left in every picture? I know it's still, like, we moved the green to the right side. We swapped 2 and 3
but my
map for some reason.
No, but I think... So, tell me if I'm wrong here. What we asked to do was to bring Wheat Ridge up into that Arvada West, Arvada, and then put Golden with kind of Lakewood. And because my understanding is that because Golden is that whole chunk on the left, when we made just the Wheat Ridge Golden switch, that did that visual change.
Oh.
So Golden is like that whole kit and caboodle. So when you put that whole articulation area in, that's why it looks that way.
Okay, it was hard to see that, I guess. The other thing is...
Yeah, here's the...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to show you. Here's the here's draft map 2 with Golden on this side under in the green in Director District 2. And then when we swap these, more has to change because let me show you draft map 3. Golden gets this area, and then also with the school locations within the articulation areas, we have to grab all of those as well. So that's that. This is the area of that big change.
I mean, I'm not really asking about the area, just why the number district moved along with it.
I guess I'm not following the question.
So district to align them like that. So the yellow, like if Golden wanted to be in District 3, this is obviously what it looks like. But then if we wanted Golden itself to be in District 2, then the number 2, I guess, would be on this side, and that would be green. But because we're flipping them, I guess we didn't really need to move like the number totally over. But I don't know. Does that make sense?
I don't know.
Maybe the number placement on the map too. I think maybe like if we had put like the 2.
Because it depends on who's there. Like the person that sits in that seat changes with those numbers changing. So think it
Well,
matters.
they changed because we wanted to align the articulation area. So if that articulation area changes, it changes person assignment just because of that conglomerate. If you wanted a different conglomerate of, the articulation areas, then Golden could stay in the District 2. But because we have Golden, Arvada West, and Arvada together, that's why, we could switch around some of the articulation areas. But
Can I just make sure that I understand? It sounds to me like you're just asking, why is map 3? Why is what is currently 2 not 3, and what is currently 3 not 2?
Yeah, because that's just kind of how.
Not changing boundaries or anything like that. Just why is what is 2 not 3, and what is 3 not 2?
right, and I think that's because we specifically wanted Golden to go into Director District 3. So then if Golden goes into Director District 3,
But
that
it's
make
not
more
in map
sense?
2 that way, right? Just to be sure.
Right.
Because
Mhm.
of the Wheat Ridge tie.
That's right. A good way to compare across is in your papers, you have a summary of the articulation areas that are in each director district. And so you can see that the only change made between 2 and 3 was that swap between Wheat Ridge and Golden, which probably from the flow side made sense to leave most of director district 2 intact with the Arvada and Arvada West areas, keep that naming convention.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. The other thing is talking about like communities of interest. I started thinking of that when I read it in the email or wherever. And it does strike me that, like in that northern area, really the community of interest, I think, is like Ralston and A West. Like our middle school kids split those high schools, like Oberon. I'm not even sure which high school is assigned to Oberon. And I think it might be split. So, and then Drake, I think, does a little bit of that too. So I think that community of interest gets, who relates to each other, gets split in 2 and 3 in a way that, so I don't know. I mean, to your point, like I was just looking at the numbers, but then someone brought up community of interest, and I thought, well, that is pretty significant in that area as a split along the communities of interest. So I don't know how much we're weighing that. But it's something I observed that seems like I'm not sure it's a smart idea, or smart's the wrong word.
Does that mean you would support one?
I'm more if our criteria is communities of interest, I actually think 1 makes the most sense. If we're looking at numbers and taking everything else out of it, I think 3 makes the most sense. But I don't really know what our criteria is in those 2. What are we weighing?
Can I follow up on this? Talking about communities of interest, I was going to point out, and I would like to know, because it does say the displacement of some of elected officials up here if they were going to run for a second. I would just like clarity on who it is, because I don't know where my colleagues all live exactly when we are looking at these maps. So but just like clarity on that. But also that my address is in Lakewood, which on map 1 would mean that I would also have Lakewood High School. But on maps 2 and 3, I would live in Lakewood and not be with Lakewood High School, which feels a little, kind of different. Since that is my community of interest and where I'm living. So that's a noticing that I have. But can somebody answer the question for me about which directors would be impacted?
I can tell you that no matter what map we go with,
Mhm.
I cannot run again
Okay.
right away. I'd have to wait 2 years.
Okay. All right.
And you'll see in the executive portion of board docs, there's an attachment that I think has everybody's residence. We put it there so that your stakeholders don't find you at 10 p.m.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay.
To talk about the communities of interest in like the Drake Oberon area, I don't know if y'all can see my cursor, but it's in draft map 1, it's in that area is, you're right, all together in District 3. And then in draft maps 2 and 3, they're still aligned to articulation areas. So because those areas are split by high school feeders, like, I guess, where do you place the value of, maybe splitting an articulation area because of the communities of interest or aligning to the articulation area? So I think it's a tough problem because that area is split between the feeders to begin with. So yeah, looking at, would you rather have?
It's not split between the feeders right now. District 3 has A West and Ralston in it. In map 1, just to clarify.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. And then in draft maps 2 and 3, then they are. Yeah. Right along this line, the border line.
I can't remember, Director Applegate, did we finish addressing your question about map 3 and I-70?
Yeah, I mean, in previous worlds where I've participated in things like this, those boundaries carried significant weight. And I feel like we've met the numbers burden by being under 5. In fact, we're well under 5 in all 3. So I guess my question is to Flo and the experts and those who have legally studied this more than I have, how significant is that?
I think it depends on your community of interest. So you all know those communities better than we do. You know how tight they are. And so we've worked in some districts where splitting a community of interest, you cannot do that. That is not okay. And so our understanding is that is a tight-knit community, especially in draft map 3, and that splitting that would potentially cause a good rift in that area between that community. And if that is the case, then we would not recommend that for that reason. But again, we defer to you all as the folks who live and breathe and work with these folks and know the community members as to whether or not that is such a tight-knit community where splitting it would rise to the level of an issue in terms of your director districts.
I feel like my district is not changing much at all, so I'm happy. But I do feel like the difference between maps 2 and 3, really, you guys who are living it and know the communities are the ones that need to help me figure out what makes the most sense.
What? If we did 3, there's a rift that could get worse, and I don't know what that was referring to, personally. Me? No, Flo said that right now.
I think it was just.
So in draft map 3, there's a highway that's different than in draft map 2. So it would split that community in draft map 3. And our understanding was that is a community that is close. And so that's why that would be like, if that is a concern, then from a community of interest standpoint, then that wouldn't be the best option. Whereas in other maps, that doesn't occur for that particular community. But again, you all know this community better than we do. So if that may not be as big of a concern for you all. So we defer to you all as the representatives of those communities as to whether or not that would be a major concern.
That's why I'm wondering, what is our priority? Is it communities of interest or something else? I think in Jefferson County, Kipling can be more divisive than I-70 along the district. So who gets put on one side of I-70 is like the tracks. I think we see that at least up north. So personally, I don't know about this division or whatever we're talking about on I-70, but if we're talking about communities of interest, I'm unclear of what our priority is for making the decision and criteria. That's all.
The two biggies are obviously our statutory matter, right? Our population balancing. And then the one that has been primarily identified over the last 3 months has been the better articulation area alignment. I think the question of I-70 came up, and this is where I'd very much defer to them. I mean, you see sort of even in the urban planning context, right, a recognition that a geographic boundary like an interstate inherently makes communities different. Anybody who's waited for their house to appreciate because of something cool happening on the other side of an interstate has experienced that on at least an informal level. So I think that's why the original map proposals just inherently sort of had Wheat Ridge more with, Jefferson with south of I-70 kind of communities. But I think the Flow folks are right. That's ultimately starting to lap into what's important to you after we've met our statutory obligation. The one thing I would just ask of you all, because most of this is very much for you to decide, is if we can get even informally down at least to 2, if not 1, in terms of anticipating moving towards a vote next week, because it, I guess thankfully I'll say, isn't like a presidential primary. You won't just say everybody votes for one and the plurality wins, right? We will have to have somebody moving. I move that we approve map blank and at least start there. And if that vote fails, you move on to another one. But starting in the place where there's some measure of consensus would be helpful to us as we plan for next week.
So yeah, in that line, I mean, my feeling is map number 1 is missing an opportunity to make things better, as opposed to, well, not opposed to, but what Director Reed said about District 2 is just too big. And so I like maps 2 or 3 because it solves that kind of problem. Why don't we all give a kind of opinion on map 1? Are there other people that think that could be eliminated, or do you think it should be kept in?
This is so if the priority is communities of interest, I think map 1 does that best. And that's what's it's so if we're deciding between 2 and 3 based on communities of interest, I'm confused why we wouldn't do that for map 1. I think map 1 seems to, from what I hear from, I'm sorry about the driving thing, but like from what I hear on the natural groupings of communities and that kind of thing, that map 1 does that. Maybe that's why they did it to begin with. So if that's our priority, and map 1 gets all the articulations areas together, right? Yeah. So it solves that problem. It keeps communities of interest. It keeps us under our deviations, keeps most people in their spots. To me, if that's what's one of the things driving us, then I would actually go say 1 is the ideal from that perspective. But
can I jump in as like a community member hat? Living in Golden, I'm not sure, like Golden and Chatfield are communities of interest. So I don't know what about, it would be.
She's talking Evergreen and Conifer as 2 mountain school district, areas.
Yeah, I just don't know what about map 1 aligns to communities of interest, because I think you could argue that across all 3 maps in some way or another, right? I mean, it's just depending upon what part of our community you're associated with and looking at.
It keeps 3 together, and then I think it keeps 4 together, what you all were talking about with that community down there. That's from what I just understood from the discussion. And I know it keeps 3 together, which I think is the community of interest. And 1, then I guess, has interest. I don't know, the term is strange, but then 4 stays together, 3 stays together. There's parts of 2, all the different ones. Sorry, my numbers.
I feel like 1 is very distinct, and there are reasons for and against it. 2 and 3, for me, from my perspective, because I don't know Wheat Ridge and Golden so well, I don't know if there is a preference for one of those 2 over the others. So if we were trying to get down to 2 maps, could you eliminate one of the 2 and 3s?
And can I just say one more thing about map 1? What it does is it doesn't just make it a lot of driving. It makes it so that the director of District 2 is not as involved in the communities that they serve, because they're just not as likely to go to things, to go to this thing in Conifer and this thing in Evergreen. And it and if you're geographically closer, then you'll go to an event here and an event there. But I will say, during the winter, I give short shrift to mountain schools, and if I just had one set of mountain schools, that might be different. But all the mountain schools, it just becomes difficult to stay connected to the people that you serve.
Can I just make a point of clarification around this I-70 issue? If you look at map 1, I-70 is part of District 3 and currently is already a natural barrier within District 3. So I think there are actually 2 maps we're looking at where I-70 as a natural barrier is part of a common director district. Is that an accurate understanding from my part? Because we keep talking about it as an issue on map 3, but we haven't mentioned it as map 1 being an issue, and I think it is. I can see it right there. It exists. It exists in more than one of these maps.
I-70 starts to go really far south. So even though, like, I don't think of Golden. Like, who was I talking to? Someone, and we, I think Mary, and we were like, is it I-70? It's not even obvious that that's the I-70 distinction once you start getting into Golden.
Mm-hmm.
It goes so far south.
The other thing I just want to put out there in the interest of equity and deep understanding across our board of the community we serve is that some of the socioeconomic differences in our community exist from east to west. And maps 2 and 3, I think, provide an opportunity for board members to serve school communities that are more diverse socioeconomically than map 1 and the current director districts. It's something that a couple of you have mentioned to me offline, and I just want to remind you of that. And if the board is interested in talking about that, I do think it's an important consideration from my perspective.
The engineer in me says we could each give our 1, 2, and 3, and we could assign a value to that. Bear with me. And it would be interesting. I could do that really quickly mathematically to see where that put it. Or, Mary, your point might be much easier, which is there one we can get rid of? So I would open that up too, if there was a ranking system that we wanted to approach.
I like your ranking idea. I'm willing to participate in that.
Are we writing them on a piece of paper?
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay.
And do we have a statistician position on the board, or
Secretary, I believe, would manage that.
There you go. Yeah.
We could do it anonymous if you'd prefer, or we could just.
I'm willing to do it public.
Do your rankings.
It's just faster. Ready? I'm going to go. I'm just going to do it. My personal preference is map 1. My second preference is map 2. And my third preference is map 3. There you go.
I'll go next. My first preference is 2, then 3, then 1.
I would say 2, then 3, then 1.
Mine is 3, 2, and then 1. I'm assuming communities of interest is not a criteria when I say that.
I would probably say 2. Oh man, you guys. I know this is my idea. It's hard. I would probably go 2, then 1, then 3. All right, give me 2 minutes.
So we did decide too that the new maps will take effect next school year, right? So we will all continue to follow our current districts, which is good.
I thought I heard on our call that it would take effect immediately.
There's some language in statute that it talks about it taking effect immediately after the resolution because of upcoming elections, which we're not facing here. So we were going to work a bit with language to accommodate, to try to balance the community's needs and your need to stay connected with your same stakeholders the rest of the school year. I think we can get there, unless you tell me not to.
So what we're going to do now is when we get the results, it's so exciting, ranked choice voting, I love it, then we will hopefully have 2 maps to vote on next week. And is there any other question that we want to bring up? So we talked about when they take effect. Is there anything else?
And I would welcome people to please check my math. But the way it scored out, map 2 received 40. So what I effectively did is I wrote down who picked which map in first, second, third, and I assigned 10 points for every first place, 5 points for every second, and 0 points for every third place, because I appreciate easy math. And so based on that, map 2 was first with 40 points, map 3 was second with 20 points, and map 1 was third with 15 points. So the engineer in me says what's interesting is there's a decent difference between the first choice, but the 2 second choices are close.
So that would say we're going to go with maps 2 and 3 for next week. And we might not all be happy about that, but we at least took a strategy. So that's what we'll be voting on next week.
And I want to be clear. I mean, obviously, this is not a formal vote type meeting. And if one of you stood up and was recognized by the board president and said, I want to move that we adopt map 3 next week, that's not precluded by what happened today. We're really trying to just work a presentation that focuses on what sounds like where you are in a consensus way. So
Can I think I think Dr. Varda raises a really good point, though, which is we seem to all be valuing different things in our ranking. And so when we are considering the 2 maps, is there something that is there criteria we are valuing in that decision?
Yeah, I feel like we need to have some proponents or something of each map next week. It would be helpful. As I said, for me, I don't understand the distinction between 2 and 3, the movement of golden as much as others might. So that would be helpful for me to hear more about before next week. Okay, well then, at this point, we will be visiting maps 2 and 3 next week, and we will hopefully get a little more detail. I'll ask some of my co-board members their feelings on the differences. So thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate it. And it is now 5:30, and we are going to take a 15-minute break for us to get a little bit of break. Okay, we'll come back in 15 minutes. Thanks. We are back from our break, and the next item we will be talking about, we are engaging in studying 2 monitoring reports, the first one being 1.4. Every student will develop life skills and a continuous learning mindset to succeed in life after graduation. As a reminder, this presentation is in accordance with a monitoring report schedule aligned with Board Ends and Jeffco Thrive's 2025 goals to guide board updates and meeting agendas. The goal of the monitoring report is to present the board with data and information reflecting the work aligned to its ends and Jeffco Thrives, to present the board with information which it has requested through its executive limitations, and reflect a cycle of necessary board actions. The narrative within the report contains an interpretation of what compliance of this particular end means. The monitoring report is a compilation of multiple sources of data that inform compliance. Monitoring reports provide a comprehensive view of several areas of interest to the board. The presentation on 1.4 from district staff will focus on areas that are on track and areas that have been identified for focused acceleration. Then the board will have an opportunity to share their thoughts and perspectives and ask questions of the staff. For the benefit of my colleagues, I do want to share that many staff members engage in the development of this report, and they are not all here with us tonight. Questions that Mr. Weiss and Dr. Kim cannot address will be provided to us at a later date. We've allotted 30 minutes for this topic, and the report was quite extensive, comprehensive. And before I turn this over to Mr. Weiss and Dr. Kim, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything that you have to add?
Yes, thank you, President Parker. I want to thank Mr. Weiss and Dr. Kim for this robust report. It is very comprehensive. Thank you for acknowledging that, President Parker, in your comments. And I'm really proud of this report, not only because there are some highlights in the report, and including, which these guys will talk about, some graduation rates that we're proud of. Jeffco continues to outperform the state in graduation rates. But I think what this report highlights is that it's so much more than graduation rates. And 2 takeaways for me that I'll just highlight are, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again, the state graduation rate should not be our target. Jeffco should be outperforming the state. I don't see any reason why the majority or all of our high schools can't be above 95 to 100% of graduation. We have seen high schools in Jeffco get to 100%. We've celebrated them. And then the second piece for me on this piece is not only how are we measuring our success and what standard are we setting for ourselves, but the other piece is how are we monitoring and paying attention to this information sooner rather than later with our kiddos? How are we identifying students early on so we can get them on track before it's really late in their high school career? And so those are some things I know Dr. Kim and Mr. Weiss are going to talk about this evening, but they're things that I have as some takeaways as superintendent from this report. And I strongly encourage the board to spend some time with it because it is very comprehensive. And thank you both for the time and effort, energy, and intention that went into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, board, for the opportunity to present tonight. I also want to thank, there were several departments that were involved in putting this report together. And so it is a very comprehensive report. It's pretty long as well. I hope you had some time to read it. I do want to thank our instructional data services team, our curriculum and instruction team, our data modernization team. And I want to thank our school leaders and our educators for the work that they do every day to help us try and meet the ends in this report. I think it's important to recognize that there's a lot of numbers in this report, but there are kids behind those numbers, and our educators are doing really hard work every day to help them achieve what we talk about here. As Superintendent Dorland said, like many of our reports, there's truth and there's hope in this report, and there are some things that we certainly have identified that we know we need to work on as a district to help improve outcomes for our students, and there are some celebrations within the report as well. Monitoring Report 1.4 states that every student will develop life skills and a continuous learning mindset to succeed in life after graduation. And We interpret that to mean that every student will demonstrate the knowledge and skills, competencies required to graduate high school and succeed in post-secondary settings, including continuing education, competitive employment, and independent and assisted living settings. For context in this report, we do have on the slide, really, I just shared here what areas we pulled data from. So, oops, I didn't click the slide, sorry. We looked at every single one of these bullets in terms of the data that we have currently. We also looked at it as a trend. So each one of these data points, we have several years of data. So we have comparison data from all the way back to before the pandemic. And then, of course, some averages over the course of the last several years. Again, it's a 53-page report, so there's a lot in there. There's a lot of data in there, but I'm just going to highlight some of the areas that we believe are on track as a district, and then I'm going to talk about some focused accelerations, and then, of course, we'll take some questions from you all. The first is that over half of our Jeffco public schools have a graduation rate of over 90%, which is great. A dozen of our comprehensive high schools and 7 of our charter schools graduated students at a rate of 90% or higher. Particularly highlighting a couple schools to highlight: Evergreen, Addenbrook, and Two Roads all had 100% graduation rate. Conifer, Jefferson Academy, 98%. Devlin, 97%. Chatfield and Green Mountain, 96%. And Dakota Ridge, 95%. So we have some schools that really performed well. We also saw a significant increase in one subpopulation group, a 17% increase for graduation rate of American Indian and Alaskan Native students. It's actually something we're looking into right now to help identify what caused that really large jump for us. And so that's also a celebration. For the 6th year in a row, we did our on-time graduation rate outpace the state average. And according to the most recent data provided by the Colorado Department of Education, Jeffco's graduation rate for the class of 2023 was 85%. Also, the dropout rate in Jeffco is 1.5%, which is lower than the state average, which is 2.1%. Second thing that's on track: strong outcomes for post-secondary workforce readiness. Our CTE concentrations continue to have graduation rates higher than the district graduation rate, and the percentage of students that are matriculating to community college is now at pre-pandemic levels. And so when you look at the trend, we definitely had dropped below where we were before the pandemic. We've now returned to that level. The total number of students in CTE classes for at least half of a credit to 2 credits has steadily increased from 2018 to 2023. And I was here last month that I was here talking about CTE, career tech ed, and some of that work. And so we are excited to have more students participating in career tech ed opportunities now than we've ever had before. The total number of students earning certifications is now over 1,000 students earning certificates in Jeffco CTE programs. In 2023, 785 students were enrolled in work-based learning courses that include internships and apprenticeships. And then during the 22-23 school year, there's a large increase to 5,532 students participating in concurrently enrolled classes who effectively earned 29,188 college credits, amounting to $4.48 million in tuition savings passed on to students and families. The College for All synchronous program supported these increases. The district's 2023 SAT scores in the area of evidence-based reading and writing and mathematics have also increased slightly compared to previous years. Another interesting project that we have going on right now is a realignment of student re-engagement work. So many of you know that we have alternative education campuses in Jeffco. They're kind of, many of them are in the central part of the district, but one of the projects that we've been working on is realigning the alternative education program so that there's not, for one, duplicative programming that exists in multiple locations, knowing that some of our schools are offering really great online programs, some are offering really great credit recovery programs, some are offering diploma programs for students that are overage and under credit. And so one of the things that we did was we engaged with an organization called CEI, the Colorado Education Initiative, this year with a grant that we had. We ran a diagnostic review of our alternative education campuses. Wendy Dorn is leading this work. She's been really leaning heavily into this. She's the community superintendent for all of our alternative campuses. She's worked closely with the leaders in those buildings and the educators in those buildings. And we are in the process of realigning some of those programs to make sure that we're able to hit every student need in an alternative setting, and that they can be done at different campuses in different ways. And so we're also looking at ways to align these programs so that we can better resource map to those locations, because right now, because of their geographic spread out, and some of them serve very small numbers of students. So for example, Longview serves about 26 students. And so when we have a mental health person, for example, dedicated to Longview that's also dedicated to CLC, which is our middle school alternative program. They're in two different locations. And so some of the work that we're doing right now is trying to figure out how we can potentially bring some of those programs closer together, or even putting them in the same location in a way that all students are safe, but also allows us then to dedicate resources more thoughtfully to those programs so that all students have more access. This also aligns with our Thrive 2025 to expand alternative pathway options for middle and high school students to ensure students graduate. And one really great example of that is we run a program at Arvada High School called Empowerment, which was started 2 years ago when Shannon Behill was the principal there, because we don't have an alternative campus in the north end of the district, but we have students in the north end of the district that need alternative programming. And so Shannon, when she was the principal, and now Caroline Frazee, who's the principal there now, embraced this idea of building an alternative program within a traditional high school. And so we were able to serve, I think, about 100 students there last year who were overage and under credit, but didn't have to find a way to be transported to McLean or Brady, which are more in the central parts of the district. And so the other benefits of that is because they're embedded in a traditional high school, some of the teachers in those programs are actually teaching typical classes for a portion of their day, and then they're teaching in this program for a portion of their day. And so it was a really innovative idea that actually led in many ways to us leaning into this idea around how do we redesign our alternative ed programming. The next to last thing on track is a middle school accelerator project. I'm not sure if we've talked to the board too much about this. I think Renee may have spoken about this, Renee Nicothodis. We engaged with the New Teacher Project. TNTP is the acronym for the organization. And we selected 6 middle schools and 6 middle school principals. And TNTP has come in and they're working with those principals right now to evaluate what is happening in our middle schools. We see there are some gaps in our middle schools that we really need to try and address to make sure that our students are ready for high school, which the next thing we're going to talk about is High School Reimagine. But knowing that those 3 years are really pivotal years in the student's life. And so we selected 6 cross-sectional middle schools. So we have middle schools that are a couple of high affluence middle schools, a couple Title I middle schools, and a couple sort of in between. And TNTP has been going into these schools. They're observing teachers. They're talking with the principal. They're looking at their unified improvement plans, and they're bringing back data to us, not to judge or evaluate the people in those buildings. This is really about us as a district learning more about middle school. It's a really important time, and it's on some level, sometimes it's one of the least studied parts of the system. We have a lot of learning around early childhood learning and reading. We have tons of learning around high school and graduation. That middle school part is a place where we know that research does tell us that's where some students start to check out. And it's really important that we figure out how we can make sure that they stay engaged so that they can really engage in the opportunity to meet like the ends here in 1.4 about graduating and having opportunities in life. We'll, at some point, I'm sure, have a report out to you all from this project, and it's in monitoring report 1.1 as well, which is Friday, right? Yep. The last thing is, this is actually, you're going to see this both in On Track and in Focused Acceleration, the High School Reimagine project that we're working on right now. Dr. Kim's been leading that work along with several of our high school principals, one assistant principal, and other members of the district. And I think you all have heard quite a bit about High School Reimagine, but what is on track about High School Reimagine is that we really are trying to find common ground with our high school leaders and our high school students as we talk about how are they engaging, what is the learning experience that they deserve, that they expect, and we're also evaluating things like credits and course compaction, and those conversations are well underway. Dr. Kim had a really great meeting with our principals a couple of weeks ago, and they gained some clarity around timeline. And you know, this is a big project. It's not going to happen overnight. In fact, if it did, it wouldn't be done well. And so our principals got some clarity as well last week in a meeting, just helping them understand that this is a multi-year project. And so what's on track about it, though, is it's underway, and we've identified durable skills. We've talked about the work that our high school leaders need to be thinking about as they're starting to redesign. And we've even had a couple of schools actually already approach us to compact courses, and we've been able to approve at least one of those. And I think we're at 3 now. Okay, great. And so we definitely have some early adopters that are jumping in and they're ready to go. So what's underway is that this conversation has become very real. We've talked about it with our community, we've talked about it with students, and we've talked about it with our leaders. And they're excited about the work. They're engaging really strongly in the work. And so That's the on track portion of High School Reimagine. Yeah, please do. Yeah.
So one of the pieces I would add, you all heard from our leaders, our JCAA leaders this evening, and what's fun and interesting is, yes, everybody is incredibly busy and everybody sees the value of the work and everybody feels the importance and the responsibility. And what's fun about this work is there's excitement and they're pushing us. Let's keep going with this. This is stuff that really is relevant. It's relevant to our kids. It's relevant to our staff. Our community is excited about this. Let's keep it moving and recognizing that it's still going to take a 5-year, 6-year timeline to really get everything in place. If you're going to do it well and you're going to bring stakeholders along and take that authentic feedback, we realize that it's a timeline that can't be accelerated if you're going to do it really well. And so we've tried to manage expectations with both our leaders, our students, and our communities to say, we're going to do this, we're going to do it well, we're going to take it one step at a time, and we want to support the fact that some schools may go on a different timeline than other schools because that readiness and that piece of how much they already have in place. And other schools have some infrastructure to build. So it's coming, and it's coming along with their guidance and their help and their input through that process.
And I know that our school leaders were up here earlier tonight talking to you about the work, and there's a lot. There's been a lot, but they have embraced it. You heard them say several times they believe in the work, and that shows in this High School Reimagine project. And I think that, Dr. Kim actually slowing them down a little bit a couple of weeks ago was a really strategic move, because some principals were ready to run with some things that they hadn't even run by us. And so we've been able to slow them down a little bit just because we want to do this right. It's really important that we do it right. It's really important that we do it in a thoughtful way. And it's really important that we get the feedback that we need from our students and our families, because they're a big part of this, and I'll have a freshman next year. And so it's important that we, take time to really understand. And not only that, our community partners, our business and industry partners, it's important to hear from them as well. What's important? What are the skills that they're looking for in our students as they graduate? And so I appreciate a little bit of a slowdown just to make sure, let's get this right. Let's use strategy to do it correctly. So I'm going to jump into focused acceleration here. And there's some truths in here, as I mentioned earlier, this is the truth and the hope part. And as I say that, I'll share some of the truths here. I think some of the hope is that the work that's been done around our data modernization, our data dashboard, and then also getting feedback from our students and families and staff, we're starting to really identify what are some of the root causes that we need to work on as a system to dig in deeper and figure out where we're potentially losing students before they graduate. And so one of the first focus acceleration areas is closing disproportionate gaps in graduation rates, dropout rates, and CTE enrollment. We still have students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged students, and other subgroups such as Hispanic, Latino, and Black and African American students that are experiencing lower graduation rates, higher dropout rates compared to the district's overall average. And additionally, disparities are evident in terms of gender enrollment in higher education postgraduate, with a noted underrepresentation in career and tech ed programs across our schools. And while there's been underrepresentation in CTE while there's been an increase in our overall SAT score, we have not reached our pre-pandemic levels in our SAT scores. And so we know that with some of our more disadvantaged groups, we've got some work to do. We need to really lean into this work, which leads to one of the next things here on focus acceleration, which is an early warning monitoring of our high school students. And we've talked about this before with you all, but one of the things that we've really tried to understand is, at what point should we know a student is not on track to graduate? And unfortunately, and this is not just the Jeffco thing, but historically in high schools, it's been around the middle of the junior year or at the end of the junior year that schools were worried that a student might not graduate on time. And in our opinion, that's too late. That's too late. In fact, we know it's too late because usually those students that are identified at that point in time don't graduate on time unless they do a ton of credit recovery over that summer, or they move into an alternative campus and they graduate in 5 or 6 or 7 years. And so we've worked hard to use the data dashboard that we've been developing here in the district. We're monitoring very closely DNF reports. We're also monitoring very closely 9th grade credits. And so, again, back to some of the things that we know for sure could provide early warning for us. One of them is Algebra 1. Algebra 1 is a gatekeeper for graduation. If students don't pass Algebra 1, their chances of graduating go down dramatically. And so we're monitoring Algebra 1 closely. That's one of the areas we've asked our high school leaders to lean in the PLC conversations around Algebra 1. We're using illustrative math to build skills for our students. Another is that we believe students should have 6 credits at the end of 9th grade. So if a student has 6 credits at the end of 9th grade, their chances of graduating are over 90%. If they have less than 6 credits, that number drops quite a bit. And so we actually are monitoring at the end of the first semester of 9th grade. So do students have 3 credits at the end of the first semester of 9th grade? And if they don't, what is the school doing through their MTSS systems to identify which students don't have the credits that they need, and what's the credit recovery opportunities? What are the intervention opportunities? Because if a student doesn't have 6 credits at the end of 9th grade, it actually doesn't mean they can't graduate on time. It just means that there's some work that needs to be done from an MTSS standpoint and from an intervention standpoint and some credit recovery. And those things are all doable in our system. But because of, I'm not really, I don't want to make excuses. That it's something we should have been doing maybe sooner, but we are doing now. And this is a focused acceleration, but I feel like these conversations have been very real this year. And community superintendents and principals have been reviewing that data to identify those students and really having meaningful conversations with teachers too about, you got a kid that's really close, what can we do to potentially pull that kid in before it's too late, to see if there's something we can do to help them, learn the skills they need to be able to pass the class.
I think what I'd like to add in terms of a layer of complexity of this is, you heard a little bit from our leaders earlier this evening that it is not an exaggeration to say that our leaders would have to look in 4 or 5 different data systems to find the data and then figure out what all it was telling us in terms of what courses are students failing, what are their test scores looking like, what are their grades looking like, what is their attendance, and pulling all of that together. People were spending time on doing that versus figuring out what do I do about it. And so our data dashboard work has really helped us, as well as our predictive analytics work that goes along with our dashboard has really helped us be able to have these conversations in a much more timely way and provide our school leaders with the data that they need so that they can spend their time looking at what systems can we put in place to support students to that level of success and to graduation versus I'm going to spend hours and hours and hours analyzing the data and then it's too late. So we do feel like our modernization work has leaned into that quite considerably to give them the tools they need.
And I would add that our next step is a teacher dashboard. So our leaders have a dashboard, district leaders, school leaders, and our next step is a teacher dashboard. And that really is also to help our teachers get their data in one place and quickly identify if there's something that's going on with a student that is an academic concern so they can help catch them up. And so we're rolling that. We're actually introducing that to principals next Tuesday. And then we're going to be rolling that over the next couple of months with our teachers. So that next fall, our teachers are starting the year with the teacher dashboard available to them as well through the data dashboard. The next thing here is support for high schools, high school interventions and credit recovery. You've heard me say multi-tier systems of support. All of our schools use a multi-tier systems of support. The fidelity of that is maybe not always the same across our system. And so one of the things that we're doing is trying to evaluate what's the best strategy for multi-tier systems of support at the high school level and at the middle school level. We do already offer credit recovery and summer school options. They're not always aligned to student needs. Sometimes they're not always aligned to student location. And the funding for that is something that we're starting to provide more carefully, and we're also watching over our summer school programs more closely. We actually had a couple of hiccups in our summer school program 2 summers ago that caused us to really take a step back and evaluate what's happening in summer school. We had some students that were passing classes without getting the opportunity to really learn the competencies required to pass those classes. So when they take the next class, they're ready for it. And so we have a lot more, we're supervising our summer school programs a lot more closely at the high school level, and we're making sure that the credit recovery is sufficient for what the students need to be at the next level. The High School Reimagined Initiative, of course, is supporting the prevention of course failure through increased engagement. And then our students who are off task, we actually heard we did a learning walk today at Columbine High School, and the principal and the community superintendent were sharing with us that they actually sat down and they identified all the students in 9th grade that had a D or an F, and they were pulling the students in, not because they're in trouble, just really to speak with the students about, why are you struggling? Why are you behind? What can we do to help you? Connecting with families of those students. And just an example of the really intentional work that I see our leaders doing to try and catch this earlier than that junior and senior year. And then I think I doubled up what I wrote here. Sorry, I think it's doubled in the report. Actually, my bad. It's copy and pasted maybe twice. And then the last thing, focus acceleration. The high school reimagine work is on track, and it's a focus acceleration. And it's probably going to be that way for a little while. I think we've got so much work ahead of us in this, but we really are focusing on accelerating 3 areas in high school: compacting courses and credits to provide flexibility to start shifting the high school experience, reviewing current career pathways, and then building out model pathways with the intent to apply for an opportunity now grant in the spring, summer of 2024 to pursue a public safety pathway. And so that's something that is a part of our focus acceleration. We do have a couple of trips planned here this spring. We're going to send a few of our school leaders that are on the High School Reimagine Task Force to visit a few different high schools that around the country that are actually like really engaging in this work. One example is in Texas, Houston. I think it's in Houston, is a law and justice pathway high school. So we have some principals that are going to go out and visit that. Speaking of this public safety pathway and how important that is to us in Jeffco, like this really embraces part of who we are. But it's also going to give us an opportunity to see how some other districts and schools are doing this around the country, so that we can, again, enter this conversation with the most information, the most research possible. And those folks are going to come back and report out to the task. They're not all going on all 3 trips. They're separated out, and they're going to go. Each one's going to go to a different trip, come back and report back out to the high school task force to help us, again, think about how to do this right, how are other people doing it, and it's pretty exciting work. And so, and then the career pathways piece is another one I just want to highlight. We have some schools that have really embraced this well before we were talking about High School Reimagine, and we've seen students enrolling more and more into those programs. Alameda, for example, has a career pathway program through their IB work, and it's actually it was one of the first ones in the state. And for example, they have a teaching pathway. They have a Spanish-speaking medical terminology pathway, and so there are some schools that have leaned into this kind of early before we even got into this. But the more that we've uncovered what's going on in our district in terms of which classes are offered at which buildings, we believe that we can get organized as a system to make sure that, again, resources are in the right places, the career pathways are in the right places for students, and that students can engage in the way that they want to. Yep, equity and access. Yep. So there you go. Questions?
Directors, any questions, comments?
This is all really exciting, and I appreciate it. One of my questions is, when we are seeing schools that are, so in one of my recent visits, I learned about Weaver High School's Pathway to Pass, where they're actually finding, if you go and look, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, if you go look, they figure out a process for their freshmen where they're catching the freshmen before they get behind, before they even get.
Yes. Yep.
And it's the numbers that was shared were really impressive. So are we taking those best practices and sharing? Okay.
Yes. We call it responsive scheduling. And so many of our high schools do it intra-day. Other schools do it like at the beginning or the end of the day. But another great example of that is Bear Creek High School has a third period as their responsive scheduling. And so, and what Bear Creek does really well that I think Wheat Ridge has also embraced is teachers can identify to the scheduler, Michelle needs to come see me during third period because she's struggling on this concept in math. And then the scheduler is actually scheduling those students. They know exactly where to go. And other schools you do it during an advisement period. And so they have an advisement period where students have the freedom to potentially, like they check in with their advisement teacher, and then they have the freedom to go visit with the teacher of their choosing. So schools do it a little bit differently, but some of those really great practices, we're trying to capture all of those because at some point we're going to have to really push on some schools that maybe aren't doing responsive scheduling to make sure that they are getting that in place for students.
our high school reimagined work has given all of our high school principals an opportunity to do some collaborating at a level that they hadn't been doing before. And so a lot of that sharing of practice has come about as a part of them coming together and really looking at where they want to go and then learning from one another what promising practices are happening in their schools.
I just want to add on to that and tell like a little bit of a story. We had principals who, because we've brought them together to talk, and we've actually given them a lot of the leadership role in sharing with us how this needs to look. And one of the principals said to me, in all my years as a high school principal, veteran high school principal, I've never had a community of high school principal colleagues. And, typically high school principals are pretty competitive individuals. We even tried to get them to wear each other's jerseys or, swag from their schools, and they wouldn't do it. That wasn't happening. But they did start to open up and share about their practices, their struggles, their challenges. And I know they've informally been connecting with one another when things present problems, solutions, and just creative ways to solve some of the academic challenges that they're facing in their schools. So that's been, I think, one of the best outcomes of this work so far. And I believe that will continue. And they've shared appreciation for it.
All right, cool. Thank you. It's awesome report, fun to read. I'm so excited about the work you're doing with ninth grade. That really does make a difference. There's been lots and lots of research about the amount of credit required leading to higher graduation rates. And I'm glad to hear that you have, is it principals and staff that are pulling youth, ninth grade, out to talk to them about like what's going on if you have a D or an F, that part?
The example this morning, it was the administrators that were doing it.
The administrators.
Counselors, yeah.
Cool. I know that there have also been like ninth grade academies, small learning communities where teachers are team teaching ninth graders so that they're all keeping kind of an eye on the same students as they move through different content areas. That's been pretty successful also at providing that extra support. But I think that work with ninth graders is incredibly important. I wanted to ask you about looking at matriculation rates and some of the data you provided. I know there are a lot of graduating seniors who take gap years. Does that mess up data about matriculating into a program like a year after they've graduated from high school if they don't go directly into it?
It's a good question. I'm not 100% sure about that.
It plays into the data with the clearinghouse. They will report to us students who enter straight into an accredited higher education institution. They'll also report to us at 3 years and at 5 years past their graduation rate. So we can see that. Okay. If the data shows up that there's sort of a dip in how many, then we have to look at the 3 year and the 5 year to see did that play a factor or not. But we do have data at 3 years and 5 years. Great. That's helpful. And then I have a question just about, I'm talking about credit recovery. Is there anything specific targeted at maybe juniors, seniors, kids who are in high school when the pandemic hit and they're trying to make up credits on a kind of a short time schedule because of that timing? I'm wondering about that.
And I would say that was in place like when the pandemic was happening, actually, even for the students that were freshmen, at that time, there were already credit recovery opportunities. We've always had credit recovery opportunities. I think we've just gotten more intentional about how we make sure that the kids are getting to them. And, we have some partners, there are different types of credit recovery that you can earn. There's like asynchronous online opportunities through Edgenuity. There are synchronous online opportunities. And then some of the schools offer credit recovery within their building. Some schools actually offer it within their school day. And then there are several that offer it over the summer. And so with a teacher in front of them. And so they're all of those options are available. And I would say that some of our data is starting to return to like pre-pandemic levels, but our schools have done a nice job of identifying which students are in need of more support, and whether it's as a result of the pandemic or not, just knowing that they need those credit recovery opportunities.
All right, cool. I just really am excited by some of the story that's being told here through new initiatives, new work, and the access to data to help drive decisions about how students are being supported, I think is incredibly helpful. So thank you. Thanks for the info.
This is not going to come as any surprise to you, but I am super excited about the idea of embedding alternative programs in neighborhood high schools. And having had that experience, I think it's so very important. It does make it more accessible, because when we're talking about ninth graders who are falling behind, sometimes having that alternative setting somewhere close by that they can get to is so helpful. And it can also make it a lot easier for those kids to transition into a traditional path if they discover that a year or two in an alternative setting gives them what they need and starts to maybe capture their imagination that they can take a more traditional academic route. I also think it's really important because so many times kids who are in alternative programs have been told over and over throughout their lives, you don't fit here. They've been told that by their families. They've been told that by their schools. They've been told that in a million different ways, because you don't look like we expect you to look, or you don't act like we expect you to act. Giving kids a place, and especially if there's a place in their neighborhood school where you belong, where, like, for me and for the ACE kids that I had, they got invited into the program. It wasn't you can't be in this other class because you don't belong. It was, I want you here. You're just exactly the kind of kid that I want in this room and in this program. And for a lot of kids, it was the first time that anybody had said something like that to them. And when we talk about restorative practice and the discipline issues that we're having, you can't call a kid back into a community that he never belonged in to begin with. And so if we give kids a sense of belonging somewhere, then we can call them back into community. And I think that you have fewer discipline issues. So that is the one that is most exciting to me. I'm just going to tell you that right now. So I hope that remains a high priority, because there are just so many ways that is really important. And catching those kids early, I'm really glad to see that. So.
We are hoping to launch a South area program embedded in the high school. I'd rather not share just yet because we're still figuring out some of the details on that. But to your point, it really does lend itself to be more of a transitional program than a permanent new home, right? And some of our programs, the permanent new home is actually the right place. For example, Brady, where we serve students that are anywhere from 17 to 22. So when a kid's 19 years old and they're severely under credit, like that's the place for them to be permanently. But what's nice about the program Empowerment at Arvada High School is that it really does lend itself to being more transitional. You kind of transition in, and then you can transition back out. But what we learned since we've opened that program is we now have students that are attending there from Pomona, from Arvada West, from Stanley Lake. And so it's actually just proven to be like this hub in the north for us that's serving these students, which also still allows for that transitional programming. But some of those students have actually then chosen to stay at Arvada High School because they found that to be the community they want to be a part of. And so it's had some real great benefits.
You had also mentioned the advantage, and I think this is really true, of alternative teachers who also teach traditional classes, because it does keep your eye on a high bar. It can be very easy, not always, and I'm certainly not at all disrespecting our standalone alternative education centers, because they do serve a very important need. But it can be easy when you are working exclusively in a sort of an at-risk arena to sort of forget what would be expected if they were in a traditional class. And so, when you're always working as a teacher toward the idea of, I would like to have you ready. So for the kids that were in my program, the understanding was that you cannot leave this program unable to write an essay that would get you a C in a traditional class. Mm-hmm. And you know what it is because you're teaching it. So I think that's the other huge advantage.
I would just like to reiterate the need for alternatives down south. I was at Chatfield High School today, who has the wonderful graduation rate. And I was asking him how he did it. And one thing they do, it's even more proactive than the things that have been identified here for ninth graders. He said they have a ninth grade seminar. So they know from the middle schools who are feeding into their school who might need this extra support even before they get started, so they don't have to wait until the grades start coming out. So I thought that was helpful. They also have a prevention counselor. So again, being proactive in that respect. But when I talked to the principal, he did say when they find that student that's only got one credit after ninth grade, they don't have good credit recovery there, then the only alternatives they have are to send them up north. And if you've got a kiddo that's not real happy about school anyway, and you say, well, now we're going to send you way out of your comfort zone, that's hard. So I love the idea of in school there. Also, then I have two questions. Does Colorado require students to take PSATs and SATs?
Yes.
Because that does seem like we're going through high school reimagined, and we're not, heavy only on graduation for college readiness. That if we could lobby the state or something to, do you have any feelings on that?
Yes, we have feelings on that. Not only that, the test is only given in English, which is also important to note. So any of our students who are newcomers are required to take that test in English, which is also an impact that we'd love for you to lobby for if you're going to be speaking with anyone about that. But definitely, the test itself though is one way for us to measure where students are at, where they are in both in their college readiness and in their proficiency in the skills that we're trying to teach them. So there are values to the test, there's value to the data. So I don't want to dismiss any of our. Okay. I don't want to dismiss that in any way. Like there are values to the assessment, and we use the data. We look at it pretty closely in our schools, but there are definitely some feelings about the impacts too.
So what I would add is part of the school accountability rating for high schools is derived from part of those test scores. So it definitely is a piece that we have to take into consideration. And I would say based on the data that we have around graduation, it is overwhelmingly the largest way that students in our district demonstrate their competencies in English language arts and in math for graduation. So they have other opportunities. There's a whole myriad of ways that kids can do it, but it is overwhelmingly the way that the majority of kids demonstrate that they have the skill set.
And just in case you don't know this, the SAT assessment is moving to fully online this year. So we've been doing some training with our leaders and our teachers to prepare them for that. And they actually took the PSAT in the fall and online, so that so we're understanding how that's going to look as our students take it. So that's new this year for everyone. It's not just us. That's everyone that's taking SAT is online now.
Can I ask a follow up really quick on that?
Really quick, another one.
Okay, I know. When you say that the SAT scores are how students show their proficiency, does that mean if a student decides they're just going to see it all the way down, what impact does that have to them as an individual?
So our students have to demonstrate a certain level of proficiency in both English language arts and in math as a part of the state's expectations for graduation requirements, right? And so within that, our students know that. But if, for example, I have one of those alternative students, I am a parent of one of those alternative students, that is not an appropriate way to assess their skill level. So we can do things like AccuPlacer. We can do things like ASVAB, which is an assessment that helps us know what an appropriate MOS would be for a student who's going into the military. You can use a capstone project. And there's literally about 15 different assessments that the state has identified that a student can demonstrate their competency at that high school level expectation in both English language arts and in math. But overwhelmingly, because our kids take SAT or PSAT and SAT as a matter of course in the state, when our kids meet that threshold, then they've met that graduation requirement. They still have credits to meet. There are other requirements, but that is a requirement by the state of Colorado. Is that helpful?
I also want to add, it's not the only way that we evaluate students' proficiency, but there are many ways that we do that. Teachers give assessments in their classroom. We use MAP still for our freshmen and sophomores, and so primarily our freshmen, but there are other ways that we evaluate proficiency. It's not just the SAT. I just want to be clear that we've got lots of different measures that we look at.
So if you had a non-English speaking student that did not perform well on that test, would they have to do something else in order to graduate?
Yes.
Final question. I noticed in the report that the SWAP students, the number of students in that program, which I've already forgotten what the acronym stands for. What is it? Can you remind me? Thank you.
Project Search, School and Work Alliance Program.
Yeah, that's it. Because I'm familiar with Project Search and the transition ones too. But there was a significant increase in the number, and it went from 196 to 317. How did that happen? It seems like a good sign.
We'd have to get back to you on that, but that's something we would want to look into. Just like with that Native American and Alaskan data, we're looking into those right now because there were some data that popped out of this report that we need to look into because it's a celebration. And so, but that I'd have to talk to Matt Blair about what we're doing to identify that.
Great. Any other comments, questions from directors? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And our next agenda item is reserved for the board to study the second monitoring report of the evening, Monitoring Report 3.4. Every student's, family's, and employee's abilities, ethnicities, races, religions, sexual orientation, and gender identities will be respected. We've allotted 30 minutes for this topic, and before I turn it over to Ms. Jones, Ms. Pena, Ms. Tollefson, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to say?
I would just like to say that I'm proud of the highlights that the team's going to share with you around some of the on-track efforts we're making. In particular, I feel good about the Ombuds program that we've started. I think it's been a good partnership and collaboration with JCEA to support our employees with feelings of belonging, understanding about where to go if they have concerns or questions about treatment. And so I feel really good about that work. And I also feel like we have improvements to make in that work as well. So really excited for you all to hear some of the progress we've made and some of the areas that we want to continue to do work in related to your Policy 3.4. And thanks to the team for all the work that went into this report as well.
And let me say thank you to the board for saying, we want to hear a little more, right? Because the idea was we got your report and you want to engage on it, and that's great. And I think that's a credit to the continuing focus that this board and this leadership team has on equity and inclusion and non-discrimination. And one of the reasons you have, such a multidisciplinary little panel here at the table is because it really does touch on, yes, there's some legal obligations or some things we do in putting in policy and procedure, but we've got work to do in the staff space, work to do in the student space, work to do with families. And when you see the ends that you all set, it touches on all of that, right? And it's ability and ethnicity and race and religion, sexual orientation, gender identity. So it is broad. And one of the things we've talked about is like, what are the places where we dig in the most? So in defining this board end, and again, these are your ends. And if you say, no, we want to tweak this way or that way, that's one of the things we can talk about. But the focus has been to say, first, we want to be sure that everybody knows that we have articulated in a really public place what these values look like, both its non-discrimination policies, how do we train staff in this space, how do we put out guides and handbooks and have committees, which you'll hear some of that, fleshing out even a broader complaint process. We don't like to think about complaints per se, but there's got to be a place in a district of 14,000 employees and 70,000 students, or for folks to say, hey, here's a particular department, school, classroom where I don't feel like we're getting it right? So that's something that we want to build up better. And so a lot of it is that architecture in place where it needs to be, and we'll talk about where we've started and where we're still trying to get. First, in the on track, some of it, in a way you would think was easy, right? Like, are our non-discrimination policies up to date? When we touched on policy AC, which is our broadest statement of non-discrimination here in Jeffco that applies both to students and staff, it was dated 1997 when we touched it in 2022. And in credit to the district, I will say, I mean, it really covered a lot of the things that we consider important. We got a little more granular now, right? It talked about gender expression, not just sexual orientation and even gender identity. It talked about, just aligned with state statute, things like protective hairstyles. That's a place where the law has changed, right? So the Crane Act come down. Let's call those things out that are not as obvious as just saying, okay, we don't discriminate. Well, what does that really mean? We also, that included a more directive way to say, and if you have a complaint, here's where you do that, whether it's in the Title IX space, specific to sex discrimination and sexual harassment, or for other kinds of discrimination. But some of that we're still working on. You may recall, those of you who were around before, is that employee relations and the legal department until early 2022 were all sort of one big box. And we threw a lot of that in there. Well, when we peeled that apart, and we talk another time about why I think that was a really valuable and right decision, it meant, so where's HR in this space? Where's the legal department? And for students, where's our brand new department that Tara Pena leads over there in the family community partnership space? So we did that. Another thing that I actually didn't put as a bullet here, and I should have because it came up in your earlier conversation, you'll recall we did update our policy around adornments to caps and gowns at graduation. So we're ahead of the game, right? We've got legislation proposed. And our policy does a little bit of what that bill proposes. First, it makes a very explicit call out for our Native American students because that was an area where the asks had been sort of the most repeated. And having come from a district, right, where we had two Native American reservations and we had a really significant African immigrant population, graduation was just a beautiful thing to behold, right? So I love that we're embracing that here. Our policy also says, look, if you've got another sort of way you want to honor your culture or heritage, another kind of adornment, and this is in IKFB-R, right, if you want to go look at it, then you just have to ask because there's no way to make a list, frankly. And you know the problem with lists. The first thing you leave something off and the next thing you know, you're in the middle of another kerfuffle. But so we've done some work in the policy space. And we also had a couple of areas where we did some district-wide training because we saw these are areas of frequent gaps. One is ensuring that in particular for our employees who are suffering either a permanent disability or even a short-term but work-impacting medical impairment, that we've got a process in place that managers know what they need to look for. And it can't just be, well, if you can't do it, too bad. And I think everybody was trying to do right, but in some areas we needed some training, right? So one of the things we did in the 2022-23 school year is every manager in the district took training regarding the Americans with Disabilities Act and that sort of interactive process to take care of and accommodate our employees. Jen's department tracked that data down to the very last person. 100% completion. And then, Title IX is going to be a constant area of training. And we have new regs coming down, so we'll be updating that. But and every leader in the district also underwent training in that space. But enough from me. What else do we have going on?
I'm glad she spoke to the training that we did, and it was a really proud moment. I think it's quite an accomplishment to get so many people through a training, and how do you do it in a way that's like out of commitment and not compliance, because HR often can be like the compliance department, and that's okay. But it really did help our administrators and our everybody who supervises people understand more about the 88 process. And we had to put some things in place like, you're not doing this alone. We're here to help you. We'll walk you through it. So it's actually, I think, helped a lot even in this year. So as Tracy talked about, the OnBuds program is actually on track. We're really excited about it. It was created in Jeffco through Article 22 of the JCEA agreement and put into place for the 22-23 school year. We hired Bill De La Cruz as a consultant who serves as our ombudsperson. He's independent, impartial, and he's a confidential resource for all of our employees, teachers, staff, families, and he addresses a wide range of issues, including things like communication breakdowns, bullying, discrimination, complaints, not through the formal process, but sometimes they start there, and then he knows how to navigate and get people to the right place. And then he also addresses like administrator and staff-to-staff conflicts, things like that, does a lot of mediation. And I think one of the things that's been most beneficial is because he is a neutral third party, people access him and they trust him. And so through that, he can do that work. And then we don't get the names or any of that. We get like, this is the conversation, this is the topic that we talked about, and here's the issues that have arisen. And so as you'll see on what we need to do better for focused acceleration is actually doing a better way of tracking that data so that we can see patterns and trends across of what's happening. A couple of examples of other things that the ombudsperson Bill has been doing. He's done approximately like 35 trainings, and those things are on non-discrimination, equity, inclusion, foundational bias awareness, culturally responsive leadership, and creative conflict transformation. And all of those things, he's either done them like centrally or he's actually working with schools. So he's kind of it's kind of like an organic thing when they hear about Bill. They're like, who is this Bill De La Cruz guy and what's he all about? And if you guys don't know him, he just makes people feel really safe. And he can do things that other people I've not ever seen people be able to do. So he's a gift to us as a district, I think. So I would say that's what's on track on the Ombuds program. Really excited to have it, and I think it's working. It's new, and there's certainly things we can improve, but it's working. Now I'll turn it to Tara.
Thanks, Jen Jones.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to the board for grounding our district values in equity and belonging. I say it quite often that we are really fortunate to work in an organization that values equity and belonging and creates the condition of a safe and inclusive climate and culture within the organization that we model, and just really grateful for our commitment to those values. So thank you. Two really important pieces of work that are up and running this year. First is the Equity Accountability Committee. So as Jen shared, as part of our commitment and in partnership with JCEA, Article 22 was added to the master agreement in the spring of 2021. And part of my role as the Chief of Family Community Partnerships has been actualizing many of the priorities within Article 22, one of those being the Equity Accountability Committee. So starting last fall, I began to engage in some trust and relationship building with our EMOTE colleagues, which is our Ethnic Minority Outreach Action Team, which is a representation of employees of color from JCEA that were instrumental in helping to author Article 22. So last year, we really spent a lot of time understanding kind of past and present priorities and challenges in addressing equity and improving equitable outcomes in Jeffco, as well as inclusive hiring practices. But more importantly, it was really about understanding the lived experiences of our employees of color. So myself and at the time my colleague Theo Shaw took some time to really just lean in, listen, and learn to better understand how we might move forward to bring solutions to address educational equity in Jeffco. So last year, our equity accountability team, we call it development team, was a small but mighty team that really identified 4 core areas that we believe will have transformational impact
for all the stakeholders, and I'll talk about those in a moment. Through their leadership and partnership, we were able to, as outlined in Article 22, invite multiple stakeholders that include representation from each of your director districts, each employee association. We have families, community members, school leaders, and I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody, but I think that's everyone, to come together as an equity accountability committee. So we were able to hold an application process and interview process that was led by the development team under the facilitation of Bill De La Cruz. I failed to say that Bill is the facilitator for our equity accountability committee. We were able to invite 19 new members to our EAC for this year, bringing the total membership of EAC to 26 members. So we held the first of what will be 5 meetings for this school year. We've had 2 meetings so far. We'll meet again in March. And just really hopeful about the impact that group will have in serving as an advisory group to not only you, but to Superintendent Dorlett and to our entire cabinet team, to ensuring that we can actualize our values of equity and belonging to ensure a culture of safety and belonging for all. And so really excited to be able to share ongoing progress. Really appreciative to Director Reed for her participation in serving as the board liaison and her participation of the Equity Accountability Committee. We have a lot of important work to do, and I believe that we have the right leaders around the table to make some meaningful change. Next on track is the supports that we are providing for our LGBTQ plus students in Jeffco. So I'm going to scroll back up here for a minute. So in Jeffco, we are committed to fostering an inclusive and affirming environment that celebrates the diversity of our student body. We recognize and honor the unique identities and experiences of our LGBTQ plus students, families, and staff. And we strive to provide comprehensive support for our LGBTQ plus students and are committed to creating a culture of safety and belonging for every student we serve. So what that has looked like is 3 meaningful supports. One, we offer GSAs at every secondary school. So that is our middle schools and our high schools. GSAs are not required, but we have schools reaching out all the time seeking support in creating those cultures of belonging for our students and having caring allies for our students to be able to connect with. So we have GSAs currently in 38 of our secondary schools, as well as an identified point of contact at every secondary school that can receive information and be able to provide guidance to our students as questions and needs arise. Second of all, the last 3 years, we have provided a comprehensive resource through a toolkit for supporting transgender and gender nonconforming students. That document is really grounded in federal and state law. It is really included as best practice in how we best support our students and our families, but really is a guide for our employees. They have a lot of questions in how to best support, and it is a comprehensive guide that we worked on in partnership with legal, and we received a lot of positive feedback that it's very welcome. Included is a gender support plan, guidance on if a family is requesting changing their student's preferred name in Infinite Campus, there's guidance in there, and really just best practice in creating that culture of safety for our LGBTQ plus students. So it is a very thorough document. And then finally, in the fall of August of 2022, we brought all school administrators together, as well as one mental health provider, and led a district-wide professional learning around providing supports and guidance for our LGBTQ plus students. And really that included policy, best practice, and it gave them some talking points. Really, they needed some sentence starters on if I get this question or I'm confronted with this challenge, how do I address it? And so we were really explicit in giving them some of those talking points and those sentence starters to help address those needs and concerns as as they come forth. And they have, and that's been a resource that has been accessed quite frequently from our school leaders. We intend to train our mental health providers with that same guidance this spring. And each of these, the toolkit and the training are updated year over year to ensure that they continue to align with state and federal law.
All right, so for focused acceleration for the Ombuds program, the first thing is it's a relatively new program. It's only been around for a year. And so one of the things that we need to do is continue to make it known that it's available to people. And so the things that we're already doing in this space is we've had meetings with our association so that they are aware of the program. We put things in Team Jeffco Brief. We put it all in many, many places, but the thing that's helping the most is the word of mouth. And so when people have experienced a positive interaction with Bill over whatever the thing is, the word spreads. And so I think most of it is we just need to get the word out that this is a resource for you, that we're proud to have. And then I already kind of mentioned the data collection. So since it was new, we did have data, which is the data that we provided to you in the monitoring report, and yet there's just things that we can do with that better. And so Bill and I are working together about how are we collecting the data so that when we actually go to do the monitoring report again, we'll have that data. And most importantly, we're going to know where the challenges are when it comes to discrimination, belonging, those types of things, which will then drive training that we need to do and, identify sort of hotspots and figure out what are the solutions to those things. So much more intentionality around not only collecting the data, but what do we do with the data that we have? So that aligns again with our data culture. Everything is about data culture. So we're making some improvements. So hopefully a year from now when we're back, we can say, here's what we're doing and here's the themes and dive a little bit more into what we're learning. So.
And finally, one of the big focuses, and it'll start out of legal, but it will touch on a lot of other departments. Last year, our state, the General Assembly passed a bill about student discrimination in general, and it was Senate Bill 296. You'll hear people call it. By this coming July, it requires us to have a new set of policy updates. Obviously, we already have non-discrimination commitments in each of the areas that they're talking about, race, ethnicity, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, all the things that we cover. But what it really directs school districts to do is to have a complaint process that looks a lot like what we have for Title IX in a way, right? You have to have a designated person to look at and process, investigate as needed, take remedial steps, complaints. We have to maintain those data-wise. We have to train everyone in the district every 3 years. So it is not a small matter. And I will tell you, there is certainly some pushback probably among school districts, not in the conceptual commitment to the underlying values, but that it's a pretty big lift in terms of time commitments. The kinds of complaints, the difference between it and Title IX, right? Title IX, a lot of our obligations in terms of formal process to investigate and make decisions and all of that is triggered by the filing of a formal complaint by a complainant. This one's a little more like anyone can get a complaint. So if a student says to a principal, I feel like my teacher's picking on me because, we're supposed to take a lot of steps in response to that. And I think to do the kind of training that ensures that we satisfy the spirit of that is not going to be a small lift at all. For example, right now we've even started to do some of that. We will see come in sometimes through Safe to Tell, right? When a student feels like they've been targeted at school improperly. And so we've added a staff person in my department who's not just a Title IX coordinator anymore. They're kind of all things student equity and non-discrimination to lead some of this work. But this is not a job for one person, right? This is it takes a village thing. But going back to the data culture, I do like that it's going to really force us to have that central repository that tells us what's happening where can we make things better. And we have a lot of confidence in the good intentions and good faith of our people, but we all bring different skill sets, different awarenesses, particularly in areas of implicit bias. Or one of the things we want to do is we're doing more disparity review, right? We've got some where we're legally obligated. We know our special education data. For example, we engage in mandatory reports, and there's a federal data collection in the civil rights space. But are we doing other things like just looking at what are the demographic breakdowns regarding other kinds of activities that may be happening in schools? And the data culture here, in combination, I think, with these really comprehensive new obligations under Senate Bill 296, are going to force us, to definitely be well beyond lip service and, written commitments into the space of knowing whether we're getting it right and being obligated to respond. So more to come on that. That's still hot off the press, or still printing, I guess I should say.
Can I add just one more piece really around that expanded professional learning that you hopefully saw within the report? We are also, as a commitment to Article 22, will be required to provide professional learning around implicit bias to all employees across the organization. And to do that, we are taking a very intentional step forward. Renee Nicothodis and I, our Chief Academic Officer, and I have partnered to bring central leaders from across most of our divisions, from our cabinet team, to engage in a train the trainer professional learning, in which we're training 16 central leaders that will in turn lead the equity implicit bias professional learning for the organization. We are partnering with an organization called Stand Up. We just completed day 4 of 9 days of training, and what I can say is that in leading identity sensitive work, this has been some of the most impactful professional learning I've had in my over 20 years of education. And so I believe that the capacity that we are building within the organization will allow us to send teams to then share and build in that same capacity. And so I'm feeling really hopeful and really inspired by the team that we brought together, knowing that we will be able to have big impact, one, in making good on our commitments to all of our employees and stakeholders as identified in Article 22, but in helping us to actualize our values of equity and belonging in Jeffco.
Questions?
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. Yes, Director Reed, would you like to comment?
Thank you. I actually prepared my comment for this one because I wanted to make sure that I said everything exactly the way I want to say it, because it can be one of those things. I really appreciate the presentation and the gathering of this data. And as you mentioned, initially there was sort of a consideration of just putting it on the consent agenda. So I want to talk about why I think it was really important to make a public presentation about this to all of us on the board. It's very important that people know the tremendous progress that this district has made in creating an atmosphere of belonging. As the report shows, we've updated Jeffco's non-discrimination and equal opportunity policy for the first time in 26 years. We have created both formal and informal structures for addressing complaints, which I think is incredibly important. We'll be actively tracking data by which we can celebrate successes and be held accountable for falling short. We've created a collaborative structure with our associations to help us attract and retain employees who reflect the populations we serve, and are providing training to our leadership to this end as well. And I'm very excited by all of those things. Jeffco is challenged by something that challenges a lot of very large organizations. People who've been with the district for a long time, employees, students, families, and other stakeholders, base many, if not most, of their beliefs about the system on their past experiences with it. After all, this is a pretty reliable predictor of outcomes in so many facets of our lives. I know there have been past instances where actions taken on behalf of the district have prevented those we employ and those we serve from feeling a true sense of belonging, despite promises of equity and inclusion. I'm not saying we've arrived at some utopian ideal, but this report shows real and undeniable progress and the intent to continue our growth in this area. Sometimes when an organization makes public their efforts to be welcoming and inclusive, it can create anxiety for folks who have pretty much always felt they belong. There's an understandable fear of being pushed out to make room for others. So there's an experience I think a lot of people can relate to, and that is being part of a very large group photo. Without a skilled photographer who works intentionally to make sure everyone is in the picture, some folks are inevitably cut out at the edges or they're invisible because someone else taller is standing right in front of them. Being a short person, I've had that experience once or twice. People who have always been visible in these photos and who value this memento may fear that in order to make room for folks who've been left out, they'll be the ones left out this time. But a good photographer doesn't say, okay, everyone who's been in all the other group photos needs to step out, or no more tall people. They step back, directing, cajoling, smiling as they rearrange people a bit and get everyone to squinch together as tightly as possible. It's an interesting process, sometimes fun and silly, and often uncomfortable. You may end up snugly shoulder to shoulder with someone you're not terribly fond of, or to whom you've never even spoken before. People accidentally step on one another's toes. Room must be made for wheelchairs and other accommodations. Done right, the end product is a moment where everyone is visible. We see people we've never noticed before, alongside much beloved family and friends. We see ourselves as a part of a whole, even if we are squeezed up against someone we wouldn't usually choose to stand next to. We may even have taken this moment to get to know them better and create a relationship. This should be a priority for any school district, making sure everyone is visible in the picture because everyone belongs in the picture. So again, I thank you so much for all your work in this area.
Does anyone want to follow that?
No, but I'll ask my tricky question now. That was beautiful, Director Reed. Thank you for that. I've never heard that analogy, and I'm going to steal it because it's a great one.
Go for it. All yours.
My question is really around the Ombudsman's program. Is this a permanent program? Are we trying this out? I know it's new, but what's the long-term plan for it?
It is a long-term plan. When you start everything, you just have to
See.
start, right? You just have to start. You have to start. We've started, and I think we'll be able to show that it's making a difference. And I think that's how you would say, why would we ever take it away? Superintendent might want to address too, because it's always funding issues and things like that too. But.
Sure. I think, we had originally, I think, contemplated this as a staff position, a district employee. We posted for the position, had a very difficult time finding the just right person and candidate, knew that it was too important, like any position, frankly, to hire, just to hire, and really decided that maybe shifting into having it be a contracted position would help make sure we got the right person in the role. And very quickly started working with Bill once we made that decision. I think Bill has been able to come in not only because of the skill set he brings, but also as an independent perspective because he's not on staff and not an employee. So I actually think there's been some benefit to us needing to take that contractor route instead of staffing an employee who's officially part of the district, as we've at least entered into these first couple of years of the program, or year and a half, something like that. And so that's going well. We plan to continue that into next year. We're talking with Bill about that soon. Hopefully he'll be interested and willing. But regardless of who it is, I think there is a commitment of having this type of support for our employees because we're seeing benefit.
So is the contract with Bill through the end of this year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we'll need to make decisions soon about next year so that we can just get everything in place and having the program continue.
Thank you.
I just wonder how much of that statement you made that people might be comfortable because he's a contractor is an assumption we have rather than a truth. I've had a few people say that position's supposed to be neutral, but they're just like a district employee. So I just wonder, can we continue to ask whether, and he seems so integrated, like all the benefits that he brings is really it's on so much in the programming and the training. I always thought an ombudsman or ombud's office was like a neutral office. But so I would just continue to also, if we want to find the right person, but just ensure that our employees will trust that it is a neutral and not just a district employee for the same reason you said that.
Yeah, I think we're a large organization. It's going to be hard to find a perfect person that just everybody trusts. We all know that people enter into the space of trust in a different way. And there's history, I think, to Paula's point about the organization and people's experiences in the organization that lead to whether or not they'll trust anyone, internal or, contracted. But I think, yes, absolutely, we'll constantly be looking at, how is it going and talking with folks. I know Tara has talked at length with many of our JCEA members and partners in this work who I believe are feeling like things are going well, at least from their perspective. And I think definitely always wanting to assess how things are going. And
I think in the same way that you've expressed concern for the EAPs being perceived as employees, I think it's in the same category of just hopefully tracking that. That's what I would hope.
Sure, we're happy to track that. I also, he's not an employee, so it's, kind of the opposite, but similar.
Question. For the GSAs, when it seems, just my experience with my own kids, that it's reliant on a willing teacher or someone to play that role. And then I've seen in schools where that role, that position, that person leaves. And how do we help the kids find a new person to help them support their clubs?
Yeah, so we have an EDI specialist that is directly aligned to teaching and learning and is greatly supported by me and my team as well. She works side by side with, so first and foremost, we ask each school to identify who their GSA point of contact will be. And if they don't have a GSA club, this is at our secondary schools, on middle school and our high schools, that if they don't have a GSA sponsor, if they can identify, a supportive and safe adult in the building to be that point of contact. Sometimes it's the principal, usually it's a mental health provider. So at minimum, they have that information and they're pushing out information to students to let students know about upcoming opportunities. For example, the GSA summit that we've held the last 2 fall semesters. What we've seen is most of the GSAs are student-led, student-organized, and thankfully, up to this point, we have had students that have been able to identify an adult in the building that is willing to sponsor, or we have a principal or an adult reach out to our EDI specialist to help within the school find a sponsor. And then if that's still not the case, then the EDI specialists themselves have become the sponsor for the student and then have typically then be able to identify a sponsor. And just like anything else, if we have some blind spots or if there's some unmet need across the system, then there's students that need a sponsor and are wanting a club, we will come alongside the students in that school to make sure that happens.
Okay. I have questions also. Thank you, Director Applegate, for asking one of mine that I had on my list. Is the hope that the Ombud's data collection will be similar to the model for the first team, knowing frequency and location, all of it?
I think that's a great question. I would say, so my opinion to that would be really, I think that in the conversations that I have engaged, mainly the folks that are calling our ombudsperson are folks that have had maybe a negative experience in their own journey to a culture of trust and belonging and are looking for that safe place. And so it's really important that that information is kept confidential. There's lots of the fear of retaliation. Is this going to, cause strain in my relationship at school? And what I know Bill is really good at, based on conversations that he and I have had, are trying to build up the capacity of that employee to have a courageous conversation with whomever they're having conflicts. So it's usually rooted in conflict. And so what Bill is doing is collecting trend data to say that these are some areas of need that we should be paying attention to. I know that is also the spaces when Jen talked about he's provided like 35 or some trainings or so. It's usually where there's been an identified need that, this school, there's some conflict going on. And so he himself, because he's built some trust and rapport, has been able to go in and has the expertise to provide that professional learning. So I know that he has and can provide the trends of concern that have been raised since he's been here the last 18 months or so in this role. And I also know that keeping and maintaining the confidentiality of those stories is also very important to the integrity of that position. And so it's definitely we're threading the needle, if you will, as Superintendent Darling would say.
I can understand identifying information being something that's not collected, but knowing the nature of the types of issues that are happening, types of conflicts, that sort of thing, it would be valuable, right, moving forward. I wanted to say I attended a presentation about the Bill 296 from, it was Emily in your office, maybe? Yeah, last week. And there was a lot of conversation just about how that gets implemented within schools. So that'll, I'm sure, be an ongoing conversation for all of us, because there are some differences between how that gets enforced from Title IX and what we've been used to doing. And the principals were really interested in that conversation. They wanted to keep talking, even though the session was over. The only other thing I wanted to ask is about the EAC. As you mentioned that it includes employees and families, and does it also include students? Did I miss that? Is that part of who gets access to that?
At present, it does not include students. As Article 22 is written, it does not have students included. Mm-hmm. However, I deeply value student voice. And so where we are elevating student voice is through the Jeffco Student Leadership Board, which you'll have some engagement with on March 1st and other times moving forward. But at present, the EAC does not include students.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. I have a couple of follow-up questions. I see all the good things the Ombudsman is doing now. Very, very important. Do you envision that person being available to the community? Because on the board, we often get emails from people who are identifying ongoing problems that they don't feel that they've been addressed or satisfied with. So do you foresee that as the community knowing there's an ombudsman that they can go to?
I would say I would ask that the community's first stop be the first team, no pun intended, that they would start with the first team. And if we felt that there was conflict that was really, I always say that the drama of our communities plays out in the stages of our schools. And so if there is drama, for lack of a better word, that is impacting the day-to-day operations of schools, that there's kind of nexus to community that is outside the scope of what our first team can resolve. One my team and I can engage in some consult. And if I felt that bringing in Bill in to engage in some community conflict would be helpful because it would have direct benefit to our schools and our stakeholders, then absolutely we can engage in that. Or if there's conflict that, is arising that's coming to your attention, we can address that on a case-by-case basis. But I think just given kind of the limited, I wouldn't say limited scope, but the scope of the contract of our equity ombudsperson is really kind of limited in scope to include just our employees and families. I think he's done a little bit with families, not much. And so I think on a case-by-case basis, we can explore that absolutely.
Yes, I can see in the future, to Dr. Vardas and Ms. Kenworthy's point, if the ombudsman is brought in at the end of a process that the district's gone through, I'm afraid that the trust might not be there if we're the ones saying, oh, well, here's somebody else you can talk to. But if the community knows that there is a person that is truly independent, that they themselves can discover, they might feel more confident in it. Then the second, two things more. For clubs, I think this is great. I appreciate the information on the GSA clubs, but I did get an email from a student who felt like there were no clubs that fit his particular situation. He felt like there was a lot of opportunity. He mentioned, Black History Month or Women's History or the LGBTQ stuff. But do the parents, the community, the students know that if they have an interest in a club and if they have a cohort for an ethnic, group of friends or something, that they could start a club themselves?
I would say yes and no. I would say, having spent the majority of my career serving in a secondary school, mostly in middle school, if our students are really inspired and empowered, they will find a way. And they will connect with that one adult that they have a strong relationship with, and they'll figure out a way to make that happen. And I'll share a recent example. I heard from a community member whose daughter was trying to start a Latinx student alliance at a school and was trying to find a sponsor and did not feel like they were getting any traction, and so reached out to the principal. The principal immediately connected with the young lady, put them in touch with their activities director at the building, and was able to help make that connection. And so I would hope that our students would be able to feel safe to ask those questions and have those trusted relationships where they can quickly identify a sponsor. And if not, that they're using other resources. They're telling their parents, they're reaching out to the first team, they're reaching out to one of you so that we can kind of liaise or be that bridge to help making those clubs a reality for our students.
And lastly, the toolkits and the other training materials that you referenced, are they available to the public?
That's a great question. So our toolkit for supporting our transgender nonconforming student is a resource that we do provide for parents when they ask. There's times where we just have families that call and say, I don't need anything from the school necessarily. I just need some resources. This is new for me and my family, and we're not sure where to start. I'm not sure my rights as a family or the types of things that I should and could be asking for. So there will be times that we provide to them the toolkit. So we say, here's the guidance that we provide schools so you really understand your rights and the rights of your student as aligned to policy. Here's the gender support plan that your school can walk you through or that you can ask for. Here's the documentation for the preferred name, name change and things like that. And so that is information that we do make available for parents when they're asking for support.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. And we do value this work, and I'm happy that we've made it such a priority.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Okay, we have reached the final topic on our agenda this evening to receive an update on spring 2024 negotiations activities with the Jefferson County Education Association and the Jefferson Education Support Professionals Association. As a reminder to the board and our listening public, our district negotiation team engages in a collaborative process with teams from JCEA and JESPA that includes practices from both traditional and interest-based bargaining. Interests and stories are shared, followed by exchanging revised language proposal. Upon arriving at a point of satisfactory compromise, we work toward tentative agreement through a consensus gathering process. We have allotted 45 minutes for this topic, and before I hand it over to the team, is there anything you would like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
Thank you, President Parker. Thank you to the team, first of all, for the intention and time that they are putting into preparing for the bargaining process with our JESPA and JCEA colleagues. Those of you who have paid attention or possibly been a part of this process in the past know that this is a time-consuming process and requires the district and our partners to come to the table prepared. And that takes time away from the table as well as sort of being prepared once you're there. So there's been a lot of time that's been put into just preparing to begin. And we have started with each of our groups. And I want to just also acknowledge that I don't believe the district has always been as prepared as it should be out of respect for our associations. And so the shift that we've made last year and continuing this year to be intentional about what are the district's interests, how do we in a timely way respond to suggestions and asks from the interests of our partners, I think has been a positive shift. And I'm really grateful to Dr. Kim's leadership in helping us start that shift. And I think we need to continue to work on it. It's definitely a work in progress. But this team in front of you tonight has put a lot of effort into that. And I'm proud of that work and excited to make sure we can continue to refine that. And really just interested to share with the board what some of our interests are this year. You heard earlier from our JCAA partners, and they have been that team that you saw tonight, as well as just other school leaders, have been really critical at providing us some feedback about what they also need in our collective bargaining agreements to be successful with the work they're leading. So looking forward to sharing some of that information with you tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, board members, for having us this evening. I want to start out by introducing, I think everybody knows everyone at the table, but Jeff Gatlin, our Chief Operating Officer, Amanda Parazio, our Associate Chief of School Leadership, and Matt Polero, our Chief of Student Success. So thank you all for being a part of this. I'm going to hand this over to them pretty quickly, but I want to emphasize what Superintendent Dorland said earlier, which last year was really a year of reset for us. Our district did have a little bit of a history where negotiations was really centered on a personality leading the work, and it wasn't perceived by our association partners as being collaborative. And so going into this, one of our major goals was to be more collaborative. It was to listen and listen intently. It was to be more prepared. Because part of what they told us was that they felt like, it feels disrespectful when somebody comes to the table and isn't ready to have the conversation, which is a reasonable expectation, and with positive intent, coming to not only listen, but to engage in discussion, engage in building an understanding, not only with what we need as a district to make sure that we can support kids successfully, but certainly listen to our educators and our classified association members to make sure that they can show up and do their best work as well. And so while Amanda and I really led together last year, she's taken the lead with JCEA, and Matt and Jeff have taken the lead with our JESPA colleagues as well. And part of what's different this year is that we meet weekly together to make sure that we're not only being really thoughtful about expressing district's interests, listening, but also being on the same page to make sure we're providing our associations with the same information. We're listening to them and being able to respond, and certainly making sure that our articles are reflective of a more collaborative intent on our part. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Amanda Parazio to kick us off and introduce the JCEA team so you know who is working on behalf of the district.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Good evening, board members. It's lovely to see you this evening, and Superintendent Orland as well. Our district JCEA team consists of myself, Steve Landrigan, who is our new Executive Director of Employee and Labor Relations this year. He jumped right into it, and he's joining both teams this year. Mike Freeman, Community Superintendent, Maria Messer, our Executive Director of Special Education, Jennifer Kimpson, Director of HR Programs, Beth Grabois, who is a Director of Math and Science, Caroline Frazee, Principal at Arvada High School, Michelle DeAndrea Austin, who joined you earlier this evening as part of the JCAA team, and she is the Principal at Bell Middle School, as well as the JCAA current President, and Deanne Hoffman, the Principal at Hutchinson Elementary School. So as you can see, we have a cross-section of multiple departments within our organization represented, as well as principals at each one of our levels, and also to a varying degree of experience. So Caroline is a first-year principal, and Michelle DeAndrea Austin has been a principal for several years at both the elementary and middle school levels, and was previously at the high school level as an assistant principal. And Deanne has also been a principal for about 5 or 6 years at Hutchinson at the elementary level. We are pleased to have people from a variety of different districts as well, so they have different experiences in working with their association representatives in other settings as well. And so we have come together as a team willing to represent all of our district interests that we will share with you this evening.
Thanks, Amanda. Similarly to JCEA, our JESPA bargaining team includes individuals with a wide range of experience, expertise, both at the school and district level across both academic and operational leadership functions. And each member brings a deep understanding of our local context through those experience and different lenses. And I'm privileged to lead them in this work alongside our Chief Operations Officer, Jeff Gatlin. So the folks on our team are Jeff, Steve Landrigan, who's also serving on JCEA, Katie Jeter, who is our Director of Resources for Food Nutrition Services, Jessica Goodkin, Director of Special Education, Jeff Pearson, Executive Director of Safety and Security, Dr. Tonya Lopez, Director of Professional Learning, Terry Slimmons, Executive Director of Transportation Services, Mark Strelo, Director of Custodial Services, Holly Sexton, Principal of Early Childhood Education at Campbell, and of course myself. And all of these fine people also have alternates. One thing that we wanted to improve upon last year is things come up, especially in the world of Jeff Pearson. So we've identified people who can sit in on their place with that same level of expertise on nights when they can't be there themselves. So
before we go into our interests, we do want to give you a slight historical perspective on the negotiation cycle for both JCEA and JESPA. So in JCEA, our negotiated agreement is open for a full opener every 3 years. So this year, we're currently in a full opener year. Our last full opener was in the spring of 2021. It was conducted virtually due to the pandemic, and the experience, everyone was still in masks at that time. And so they had the opportunity to engage in that process. We did reach a successful agreement, although we did not finish all of the language or all of the articles that were brought forth. And so you can see that in the spring of 2022, there were multiple articles brought forth as a promise to finish the work that had not been completed in 2021. So again, in 2021, there was a successful agreement with those articles that were open. In addition, there was a 3% COLA increase, as well as steps and lanes, and then a one-time 1% payout in November for all employees. In spring of 2022, every year that is not a full opener, we have the opportunity to bring 2 articles for each side. So the district can bring 2 articles, JCEA can bring 2 articles, and then of course we can bring any mutually agreed upon articles. So in 22, we discussed the articles that you see on the screen. Unfortunately, that year it did result in mediation. However, we were fortunate to be able to adopt a new salary schedule that provided an average 9% COLA increase to employees across our organization in the JCEA bargaining unit. We do want you to know that the percent of increase did vary that year due to the new salary schedule implementation, but we did ensure a minimum of $3,000 increase for each employee. In the spring of 2023, Again, we brought 7 articles that year, opened 7 articles. We did reach a successful agreement, and we did arrive at that at a very late hour, around 1 a.m., with an average 5.25% in compensation increase, in addition to steps and lanes for all employees. And then this year, we are in a full opener. Of the 26 articles currently existing within the negotiated agreement, we will be discussing 23 of them this year, as well as compensation. So that is our current negotiation cycle.
Similarly, JESPA's negotiation cycle over the past 3 years, we are not in a year where there's a full opener, and I apologize, we copied this slide. It shouldn't say 23 articles, including compensation, under spring 2024. We are in the year where we each bring 2 articles forward in addition to any mutual items that we agree upon. Next year is actually JESPA's full opener, and there are 16 articles within their collective bargaining agreement. So you can see over the last 2 years, we've had some success in terms of we were able to reach mutual agreements on the proposed language within each of these articles. And we have also been able to provide a steady increase in terms of compensation.
As far as our interest in the articles that we will be bringing to the table this year, JCEA each year that we have a negotiation session does provide for us the articles that they are interested in discussing prior to February 1st so that we can prepare, and we do respond with the articles that we are interested in. This year, this list of articles are those that we are interested in. We have been discussing our various interests, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have about individual articles. It ranges from very simple language adjustments to add clarity and better information to support both leaders and educators in interpreting the collective bargaining agreement, to complete overhauls, changes, and adjustments to better serve our educators who are, of course, serving our students. So you can see that we have Article 3, our association relationship, basically the ways in which we work together. Article 4 is our negotiation procedures. We are discussing whether we want to maintain our current 3-year timetable or if we want to modify that to be a longer agreement. Article 5 is our time management article. That is where things like non-contact days exist and time for teachers to do all of the things they need to do in addition to instructing their students. Article 12, hiring, staffing, and displacement, just a few adjustments to this article around the displacement process and ensuring that we have equitable and inclusive hiring practices worked into all of that language as well. Article 15 is around temporary contracts. Article 16, site-based variances. A variance is when a school wants to do something different than what is prescribed in the contract. For example, if a school has over 400 students, they need to have a full-time instructional coach. Some schools would like to modify that and have a half-time instructional coach, or in the case of something like an innovation coach where they pair it with their digital teacher librarian, they might want to pair those positions together and they would need to request a variance to do so. Article 17 is compensation. We do open that one each year, and of course both sides are come to the table with an interest in that article. Article 19 is grievances and how JCEA members and those covered under their bargaining unit might file concerns or complaints when they feel as though they have not been treated equitably or have been the recipient of corrective action that they do not agree with. And then Article 26 are our special education services, and that is certainly an article of interest to ensure that our students who have our most unique needs and are our most vulnerable are getting what they need from their teachers each and every day.
All right, so I feel like I lucked out since we are not reviewing all 16 articles. So our interest this year, we're prioritizing Article 5, attendance, and Article 8, leaves, primarily to address unclear language and provisions that we believe can lead to misunderstandings and inconsistent treatment of our staff, which we know can impact morale and certainly retention. And so our hope is that we can introduce language that promotes clarity, fairness, and respect, while also at the same time fostering the culture of trust and belonging that we've prioritized within Jeffco Thrives. And then, of course, we're required to have conversations annually around compensation and benefits. We've yet to determine what our mutual interests are going to be. We're in the process of establishing that, and we should have that ready by February 21st. We just had our first bargaining session on January 31st, so we're a little bit behind the number of meetings that JCEA has had so far. Also happy to answer any questions around either one of these articles.
Just so you are all aware of our negotiation process, I know many of you have likely observed them in the past. In collaboration with our partners in both bargaining units, we engage in a process that includes practices from both traditional and interest-based bargaining. With regard to the interest-based bargaining, interests and stories around each article and the language that exists within the article are shared, followed by exchanging revised language proposals, which is the traditional side of bargaining. We go back and forth in exchanging what we refer to as red line language. And upon arriving at a point of satisfactory compromise, we do work toward a tentative agreement through a very sophisticated consensus gathering process of thumbs up, thumbs down.
Sometimes thumbs to the side.
Every once in a while. These are our JCEA meeting dates. We typically meet on Thursdays. Throughout the season, we started actually quite early this year to make sure that we could get it all in and hopefully arrive at a finalized tentative agreement that we can put out to membership for ratification around the beginning of May, so they have time to do that prior to the end of the school year. Sometimes we meet here in the boardroom, sometimes we meet at the JCEA office, just depending on space availability. This year we do have a few longer times reserved on 2 Saturdays and on a non-contact afternoon after teachers have had an opportunity to engage in professional learning at their buildings.
All right. So JESPA has 9 negotiation sessions scheduled this bargaining season with the goal of wrapping things up by May 15th. We've also set aside 2 contingency dates just so that people know how to plan in case we need some additional time. We are scheduled to meet 4 to 8 on Wednesday evenings. The May 22nd, 29th, 8th, and 15th dates will be kind of full days, but the other dates are 4 hours long. So.
And then finally, just kind of a collective commitment statement that we prepared. We both, in the JESPA and JCEA district negotiations, are collectively committed to continuous reflection and action toward improvement of learning, leading, teaching, and working conditions for the benefit of our students, educators, employees, and families across Jefferson County. So, at this point, what questions might you have? Anyone questions?
Dr. Reed, see, at the end of the night, you're a doctor.
Wow. What work have we done to start with more or less the same numbers in the district budget when it comes to starting discussions about compensation?
Actually, I think you all had an interest and shared with Superintendent Dorland and myself as we finished last year around the numbers that they would bring to the table from whether it's our Q4 or Q3 or our audit, oftentimes had partial pictures of what was going on. And so we reached out to our colleagues at JCA and asked them if they would have an interest in getting together before bargaining ever began. And we sat down with their entire negotiations team and our entire negotiations team. And Brian Salmons, our executive director in budget and finance, worked with Amanda and myself to walk through numbers that they had to really talk about what those numbers were and why they either were or were not an accurate picture. And if they weren't, we provided evidence and showed them sort of some transparency around why we would not want to use this number or why we use this number and they use that number. And we just engaged in a dialogue around that and talked about
looking at changes in staffing, looking at the numbers at the end of the year that came through our audit. Long story short, we really talked about how the process worked last year and what would be easier for them, what would be more beneficial for them in terms of understanding the numbers so that we could be on the same page. And we gave them a chance to really ask lots of questions. And when it was done, we asked, was this valuable? Is there anything more you want to know? Would you like to get together during the process and have a continued dialogue around this? And we just invited, we said, anytime you have a question, please just pick up the phone. Call me, call Amanda. Either one of us will make the time to sit down with you. And they really were very appreciative. We got very positive feedback on that. And we collected their questions during the process. They got to ask in just open dialogue. And when it was done, we felt like we had kind of level set an understanding of how we use our budget numbers and what the revenue numbers were coming in, kind of some trend data over the last 3 years that Brian was able to speak to. So it was a really productive conversation. We have offered to have that same conversation with JESPA, and I don't know yet whether that's an interest of theirs or not, but they certainly can have access to the same information you got in January in the reports that Brian and Brenna presented to you very late one evening as talk show hosts up here, you'll remember. And so either way, we're happy to have that conversation with them too if they have an interest.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we've extended that opportunity as an open-ended invitation. We have since also sent them the materials that JCEA has received in terms of the financial audit, so that they have that content. And yeah, we'll see.
Can I add one more piece?
Sure.
One of the interests that they really wanted to talk about was certainly ESSER and what role ESSER has played. Certainly one of their members has been a part of sort of the ESSER oversight committee that has met with me pretty regularly over time. And we just talked openly and candidly about things like we've been able to put ESSER dollars towards substitute pay on a daily basis to make it competitive because we knew we had lots of vacancies in the midst of the pandemic. And asked the question, it would seem logical to us that you would want us to continue that. And they said, absolutely, yes. And so we kind of engaged in that conversation as well and let them know some of the things we were thinking about, some of the things we were talking about as a part of that process.
Thank you so much for doing
I want to add, one of the outcomes from that meeting, I think, was a really good conversation about where they kind of scrounge to get their numbers. And dig in board docs and presentations here, or the Q2 report, or the audit from a year ago. And just for some reason, I don't know why this conversation hasn't happened yet, but Kim and Brian were both able to say, don't do that anymore. I mean, if you want to do that and you want to ask us questions about how you want to tick and tie a number from 6 months ago to a number that we're talking about or sharing today, we're happy to have that conversation, but you don't have to put together your own spreadsheet from the Q2 report and the Q3 report and last year's audit and then figure out what you think the district can afford. Like, can we just give you that information? And they were like, really? You would give us that information? So I think there's just been some missing like communication back and forth, because we are more than willing to work from, like, so to speak, the same spreadsheet. In the past, though, I do feel like it's been this question of, do we agree on the spreadsheet? I think we're getting closer based on this most recent budget conversation with JCEA.
Definitely. I mean, it was an honest and candid conversation. What I said to them, and it was a dialogue. And I said, if you disagree with our numbers, you have every right to do so. But what I would ask you to do is at least ask us. If yours are different and you want to know where ours come from or why ours are different than yours, can we at least commit to one another that we would have that conversation? And I was very pleased with their response. The response was, we appreciate that that's an offer and we'll take you up on it. So.
Others?
One quick thing. I have done the math, and I think the JCEA times that I've seen listed is about 75 hours of set aside time, and it looks like JESPA appears to be around 45 to 50 hours. Thank you to you and to the people from the associations who are agreeing to spend that much time working through agreements. And also, it sounds like rebuilding some trust and opening some lines of communication so that that can be a process that where people are in line with one another rather than at odds with each other. Although negotiations tend to set us up that way, I'm grateful for the work that's being done around relationship with our associations. So thank you.
I'd like to say that I've watched quite a few negotiations over the years, and looking at the team you put together, and especially you as the leaders, I think we have a really, really good set of personalities to handle this. I appreciate all the extra work. I believe that you've all got the mindset that no matter how late it is and how tired you are, you're going to still keep professional, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing. Anything else? Well, that ends it for us. Thank you so much. And if I can see how we officially... It's not over until... Got that one. Yes, it brings us to the end of today's agenda. We stand adjourned until our next regularly scheduled meeting of the board, and it's a combined study session and board retreat scheduled for 9:30 a.m. on February 9th here at the Ed Center. Thank you and good night.